You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby. Lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. It's 26 and we're live at Radio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How are we doing today?
Oh, we are covered in snow here in Nova Scotia. It's still happening. I did notice during the opening and you talking that whatever's going on out there is affecting my internet. So
Yeah, exactly. We got like 6 or 7 inches last night. I'm on satellite dish here, so I looked over at it this morning and I thought, okay, it looks like it doesn't got any snow on it, and it is still just lightly snowing here after it's been 24 hours now. So
yep. Ours started about 10 o'clock last night, so it's been about 13, 14 hours now. And we have about another 24 to go. We got about, I'd say, probably 3/4 of a foot down so far.
Yep. So yeah. Well, I hope it's light and fluffy. It's easier to shovel than that wet, heavy stuff.
Yeah, well, I because of my injury in my back, I do have somebody hired to come do it. He was over this morning and did the driveway. It was feathers, so
yeah,
fingers crossed.
Good. All right, we got news today other than just weather, and we've got 8 stories. We're going to be traveling around the world, I believe, and we're going to talk about psychedelics as well as cannabis. And Cindy, you're up.
And I am up. The first story today is coming to us from StratCan. We are heading out to BC. Broken Coast plans for Farmgate store in Nanaimo, which is amazing. Broken Coast Cannabis is seeking to open a retail store at its production facility in Nanaimo. Nanaimo City Council approved the company's rezoning application at first and second readings on Monday, January 19th. And the next step will be a public hearing. And then council will direct city staff to secure BC Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch approval prior to final adoption of the bylaw. Pardon me. Blake Ector, who is the Director of Operations at Broken Coast, says, "We are very excited about the prospect of opening our own store on site at the property, on their road." He said the company believes the store will add to the tours they conduct. Cannabis tours, just completely different subject. Tours they conduct at the facility, often with local bud tenders and retailers, as well as helping to grow the Broken Coast brand. We believe that Nanaimo should be proud to showcase and feature Broken Coast cannabis among the city and tourists, he said. They plan to build a 750 square foot store within their existing facility located near the Duke Point Ferry in Nanaimo, which is just so exciting. In late 2020, BC began allowing applications under its Farm to Gate producer retail store licensing model, which allows federally licensed cannabis producers to also operate a retail cannabis shop on site. Since the program's launch, 4 companies have applied and 3 have opened. Shurcan in Salmon Arm opened in 2023. Victoria Cannabis Company opened in 2024. And Weeds in 2025. And it looks like Broken Coast is going to open in 2026, which I just think is amazing. Not just for the fact that they have farm gate, but tours. And Broken Coast was one of the first craft licensed producers in Canada. Very small company when they started, very craft, no pesticides, you know, really great cannabis comes out of there.
I've only heard good things about the company. I haven't personally tried any of their product myself, but I've heard, like I said, I've heard nothing good about it. And as far as opening a store, yeah, why not? They have the ability to do so.
Absolutely. And what caught my eye with that story as well is the fact that they offer tours, and not like, I mean, they focus on bud tenders, etc., but you know, for tourists as well. And as somebody who, I'm not a bud tender in BC, never have been, but I used to use Broken Coast as a medical license producer before they went recreational in 2018. And I always enjoyed their cannabis. Their customer service is second to none. It was really, really great. And like I say, they're one of the first craft licensed producers in Canada.
Were they? Yeah, well, having the store there and doing the tours, it help people understand more about the cannabis end of things for those who are still looking for more information and are interested to see how it's done on the commercial end of things.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Well, on to our next story, and it is I'm going to say a update on a story that we gave last week. So here we go. This one's coming to us from Marijuana Moment, and the headline on it says South Dakota lawmakers reject bill to let terminally ill patients use medical marijuana in hospitals. Yeah, a South Dakota legislative committee has rejected a bill that would have allowed terminally ill patients to use medical cannabis in hospitals and hospices. The House Health and Human Services Committee voted 12-1 on Thursday to defer the measure to the 41st day of the session, effectively killing it. Rep. Eric Emery, the sponsor of HB 1053, said it is a narrow and carefully constructed bill that addresses one specific issue, ensuring that terminally ill patients who are already legally authorized to use medical cannabis under South Dakota's law may continue the treatment when they enter the hospital or a hospice facility. Now, under the current law, a patient may legally use medical cannabis at home with their approved practitioner. But once that same patient is admitted into a hospital or hospice facility, that access is abruptly ended. And not because the doctor has changed their mind, but because the facility's policies vary widely across the state. Now, for terminally ill patients, this disruption can mean unplanned pain, nausea, anxiety, or even loss of appetite when care is no longer focused on the cure, but comfort and dignity. Now, representatives of South Dakota's Association of Healthcare Organizations and South Dakota's Healthcare Association testified against the measure, suggesting it would put facilities and staff at risk of violating federal law. Well, under the bill, certain healthcare facilities would have been required to permit qualifying terminally ill patients to store and use medical cannabis on the premises. Now, smoking and vaping would not have been allowed. However, and so patients would have needed to consume cannabis in other forms, edibles, tinctures, so on and so forth. Now, California and a handful of other states already have laws allowing terminally ill patients to use medical cannabis in healthcare facilities. That's known as Ryan's Law. The legislation is pretty inspired, or partly inspired, by the experience of Jim Bartel, whose son died from cancer and was initially denied access to cannabis at a California hospital. Cindy, I'm sure you probably agree that patients should have access, hospices.
Oh, I don't know if you saw my little picture down here, but I was just babbling and babbling and babbling as you were reading this. It's just, this is heartbreaking to see it not be allowed. Trump really needs, and all of the politicians in the United States really need to get on board and legalize or decriminalize or rescheduleize or do something that takes the fear away from these hospitals or anybody else that has that fear, to know that they can let their patients use their cannabis. Like, they're not looking to smoke. I mean, like, they're looking to take edibles, tinctures, like you said, like
capsules, use salves, stuff like that. And that would have been great if they had allowed that to go through. This doesn't make sense, and hopefully maybe again it would be revisited, but who knows? And as it mentions, it's being held back because of federal law.
Federal law. They're scared of federal law, scared of losing licenses, scared of being in trouble, and that just, meanwhile, people are suffering, and I just
yeah, exactly. All righty. It just doesn't make sense.
No.
All righty. Move on. Time to move on to the next story.
Yeah.
Okay.
On to the next story, coming to us from Medical Express. Psilocybin could treat depression via a non-hallucinogenic receptor. I found this kind of interesting. I'm usually one that's all about the trip as part of the medicine. Psychedelics, psychoactive substances that alter people's perception, mood, and thought patterns have recently shown promise for the treatment of some mental health disorders, including depression and substance use disorders. A psychedelic compound that has proved to be particularly promising for the treatment of depression is psilocybin, which is derived from some varieties of hallucinogenic mushrooms, aka magic mushrooms. When ingested, psilocybin is converted into psilocin, an active substance that influences how neurons communicate with each other in the brain. Past studies suggest that it affects the functioning of multiple serotonin receptors, proteins on the surface of cells, and receive the neurotransmitter serotonin, which is known to regulate sleep, appetite, and mood. Most earlier works focused on the effect of psilocybin on the serotonin 2A receptor, which is also responsible for the hallucinations induced by the compound. Yet the hallucinogenic properties of psychedelics are a key factor preventing their clinical use, as they pose risks for some patients and make predicting mental health outcomes more difficult. Psilocybin interacts with almost all of the 14 serotonin receptors. There's 14 of them. Not only the ones responsible for the hallucinogenic effects, which is the 2A serotonin receptors. We are interested in understanding which of the other receptors are involved in the long-term antidepressant responses. This is important for the goal of developing non-hallucinogenic analogs and opening new avenues for the medicine's development. The data collected by the researchers suggests that the serotonin 1B receptor plays a key role in how psilocybin affects brain activity. In fact, when the receptor was made inactive, some common effects of the compound on mice's behavior were less pronounced, which is kind of interesting. Specifically, after receiving psilocybin, mice in which the receptor was inactive tended to move more and appeared less interested in pleasurable stimuli than those in which the receptor was active. And maybe it's not all about the 2A receptors. Our study shows that there are other important targets for psilocybin other than the serotonin 2A receptor, also responsible for hallucinations, and that these targets contribute to the antidepressant and anxiolytic effects. And they now plan to dig deeper to understand how and where the brain, with the serotonin 1B receptors are influencing behavioral responses to psilocybin. Well, this is just really, really cool. I don't know about you, Al, but as somebody that works with these medicines as a facilitator, and I've studied, it's always been about the 2A receptors, always been about the 2A receptors. So I think it's really cool that somebody is trying to figure out what other serotonin receptors, because apparently we have 14, it affects.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that it said it was a non-hallucinogen receptor type benefit for the patient, because just like with cannabis, not everybody wants to get stoned, but they want to use cannabis medicinally, and like it's
Yes.
the same thing with psychedelics as well.
Well, yeah, especially where there are some ailments that psychedelics are, the hallucinogenic side effect of psychedelics is very counterproductive. So if somebody has bipolar or schizophrenia, going into an all-out ego dissolution psychedelic hallucinogenic state may hurt them more than help them. So to be able to help them with something that's going to affect the other receptors and not bring the hallucinations, I think would be really cool.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just the research they keep coming up with is just amazing.
Yeah.
Things have really changed since the 60s, that's for sure.
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right, time to move on to our last story before we go to the break. And this one is coming to us from the Cannabis Health News. It says researchers propose THC units for safer cannabis use. Not sure what this is about. We'll find out, though. Researchers in the UK have proposed new thresholds for monitoring cannabis use modeled on alcohol units, which they say could help people avoid potentially harmful consumption. The threshold recommends proposed in the paper published in the journal Addiction are based on a system for measuring cannabis consumption not by weight, but by THC content and tracking potency and quality rather than only frequency of use. Now, in the newspaper, the researchers applied this unit to establish thresholds at which cannabis could be considered safer. Now, the research drew on data from a canteen study conducted at UCL, which tracked 150 people who used cannabis. They assessed the severity of the cannabis use disorder and estimated their weekly THC unit intake over a year. Now, cannabis is one of the most widely used drugs in the world. Despite this, there is no information for consumers about different levels of consumption might affect them, says Professor Tom Freeman. He's a co-author of the study and a researcher at the Bath Department of Psychology. He says that safer use thresholds based on standard THC units could help people better understand their level of use and make informed choices about their health. Such thresholds could be used by public health bodies and in healthcare settings for communicating the risks of an individual's level of consumption and by tracking reductions in use. Now, he also added that as cannabis becomes increasingly available in legal markets around the world, it is more important than ever to help consumers make informed choices about their use. Now, the research team has shared its findings with the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction, which is leading the global working group on cannabis units. Now, Dr. Garby's senior research and policy analyst at the CCSA says that Canada's expert panel for the legislative review of the Cannabis Act has made it a priority to develop a standard dose for cannabis products. A standard dose for cannabis products, Cindy. What you think? I see good and bad. Some people, you don't see a standard dose if you just use your own cannabis per se. But for the person who's looking for it medically, doesn't have anything to do with growing, just wants to use it as a medicine, knowing what a dose is can be beneficial.
Yeah, but one thing that we've learned in cannabis is that a dose for me is completely different than a dose for you.
Right.
Or a dose for John or a dose for Jane. I think that this is a really great policy or a really great idea for new users, especially, I don't care if you're recreational or medicinal. It's, I think, like same as like when Canada first legalized cannabis, like their big advertising thing was start low, go slow.
Yeah.
And I think this kind of ties in with that. And for anybody who's new to cannabis, using it in any way, I think that is an important message. So this dosing can help a new user who's walking in to try it, to figure out what they should be taking and how they should be taking it. Somebody like you or I, like I would almost probably, I have predictions of what I'm going to feel about their low dose in the future. And I'm going to look at it and go, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. But again, for a new user, I think it's absolutely spectacular. What I hope is that's how they put it out there. Like, if you're unexperienced with cannabis, let us help you. Because, I've watched a lot of people green out and, or get scared because they've gotten too high. And, to avoid that, I think would be a beautiful thing. They'll actually get the benefits of cannabis versus getting scared off of a beautiful medicine.
And then to put that into the medical system. That's one of the things that people are always saying, and doctors have been saying, dosing is a problem. And if someone can figure that out, maybe that'll help further advance.
Well, absolutely, because doctors have no idea what to tell a person.
No. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what my doctors have told me.
Yep.
All righty. It is time for us to take a break and do some medications. So you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We are live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca, and we will see you in less than 3 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got 4 more stories to cover. And what do you say, Cindy? Get out.
We'll get it going.
All right.
Coming to us from Normal, most primary care physicians say they are not comfortable counseling patients about medical cannabis. We just said this before the break. Most primary care physicians are unwilling to answer their patients' questions about medical cannabis, according to survey data published in the Journal of American Geriatric Society. Investigators affiliated with the University of California at San Diego surveyed a cohort of internal medicine and family medicine physicians from California. Respondents said that their patients frequently inquire about medical cannabis use, but most acknowledged not feeling competent discussing the issue, a finding that is consistent with other studies. Researchers report primary care physicians are asked about cannabis for therapeutic purposes by patients of all ages, but few are prepared to provide advice. Physicians were generally not comfortable counseling patients at any age about cannabis use due to limited training and an incomplete evidence base. Some shifted responsibility to the patient, urging them to use cannabis at their own risk, or referring to experts in specialty clinics or cannabis dispensary workers. While over 2/3 of healthcare practitioners nationwide acknowledge that cannabis possesses medical utility, most refuse to speak to their patients about it. And many say that they do not receive adequate medical training on cannabis-related issues. Well, I can agree with that. I don't know about you, Al.
Oh, I can agree with that for sure. They don't get the training, and if they got the training, maybe they would be comfortable in order to do that. And that's just not part of their training. They're not taught that in college, school, and universities, stuff like that.
I mean, matter of fact, even a lot of the training for doctors and psychiatrists or psychologists or therapists in cannabis or other substances is that it's bad.
Yeah. And I know in the beginning here in Canada, it was the patients that were going to the doctors and saying, "Hey, this is how it helped me." They were taking in, Treating Yourself magazine. It ended up in several doctors' offices, educating doctors about, medical cannabis.
Yeah, I've educated my psychiatrist and doctors. I've gone with people to their doctors to help educate their doctors, both on cannabis and psilocybin. And I mean, when I was in university, I took a Bachelor of Science in Psychology, and one of the courses that I took was on drugs and alcohol and how it affected the body. And cannabis was in there, and what I learned about cannabis in there, I mean, they don't teach it anymore, but it was not good. It was, how it affected the lungs and how it did this and how it was a repressant, and everything they taught was, we've now proven to be completely wrong. So yeah, I mean, a lot of our, 40 plus doctors and therapists out there, 40-year-old plus, ones that went to school 20 years ago, the education they got was it's bad. And they took it out, but they haven't replaced it with the truth yet.
Yeah, I've recently got a new specialist for my Crohn's, and I've talked to him about it, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a problem. So
good.
Yeah.
Good.
All righty. From doctors, we're going to find out how the medical cannabis is going on in Czechia in our next story. And here we go. This comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says Czechia's medical cannabis market increased 46% in 2025. Now, the Czech State Institute for Drug Control tracks data from the European countries' emerging legal medical cannabis market, and according to updated data encompassing the 2025 calendar year, Czechia's medical cannabis market continues to increase in size year over year. The data was included in Canna Monitor's most recent newsletter. Now, it says that Czechia's medical cannabis market grew 46%, the strongest year since 2021. Now, the full data confirms the GP reform worked, according to the Canna Monitor wrote in its newsletter. Now, here's some noteworthy items from the medical cannabis data from 2025. A total of 305 doctors, including 40 general medicine prescribers, were authorized in 2025, a 28% increase compared to the prior year. Medical cannabis flower increased 35% from 233 kilograms to 313. and medical cannabis extract increased from 30 kilograms to 76. Now, they say that Czech operators are pivoting beyond production, import, reprocessing, and re-export are scaling fast. The infrastructure built for domestic supply is now serving cross-border demand. Czechia is becoming a market access hub. Now, medical cannabis was first legalized in the Czech Republic in 2013, with the first patients receiving safe access to medical cannabis in 2014. Now, starting in 2020, health insurance companies in Czechia have covered up to 90% of costs associated with legally prescribed medical cannabis therapies. Now, patients can obtain up to 30 grams per month. Now, in April of 2024, general practitioners became authorized to prescribe medical cannabis to suffering patients in the Czech Republic, which helped improve safe access. Now, an estimated 836 grams of medical cannabis were dispensed in the Czech Republic during the first year of legal sales. The total amount of medical cannabis dispensed in Czechia since then is estimated to have totaled roughly 1,100 kilograms through September of 2025. Now, certain adult use cannabis activity became legal in Czechia earlier this month, and then starting in January the 1st, Czech adults can cultivate up to 3 plants in their private residences and possess up to 100 grams. While the policy reform is designed to allow recreational cannabis activity, such as reforms also help adult patients who can now cultivate and possess cannabis for medical purposes, but without having to jump through the hoops of becoming authorized medical cannabis patients. There you go. Without being medical cannabis patients, allowing people to grow, that's sort of like what's happened here, where we can produce 4 plants and not have a medical. Yeah, and unfortunately, some people think that that's a reason to get rid of a medical program. But as you can see in Czechia, the numbers are going up.
What caught me in that story, and I was really happy to hear you read it, was 90% of medical cannabis is covered by insurance companies. So people don't even have to pay for their medicine, the same as other prescriptions that are covered. I just think that that's beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's great that they do cover it for insurance purposes. And as you know, we'd like to see that here in Canada, maybe someday at some point, as veterans. But we'd also like to see that, to everybody be able to have access to prescription coverage, so patients don't have to pay, especially ones that can't.
Here in Nova Scotia, and I'm sure it's across Canada, there's one company, Sun Life actually, that has they have a section in the medical coverage under the prescriptions and medical needs, that you have X amount of dollars per year that you can spend on medical stuff. And a number of years ago, they opened that, and it was just before legalization, I think. They opened that to be allowed to be used for cannabis and cannabis accessories.
Yeah, I think there was a cap on it for some people, like $2,500 a year or something like that.
Yeah, and, but I mean, it's definitely the cap when it first started here in Nova Scotia was $300 a year.
Oh, yeah, that's nothing.
No, but it was a start, and I think it's up to 3,000 now.
Oh, okay.
And if we keep pushing, and people keep using it and realizing it is medical, it'll be more. And that's something that I think we need to start reminding our medical patients of here in Canada. It's like, one of our fights as a medical patient isn't just to stay a medical patient, but it's to get covered by insurances.
Yeah.
And that, I think, should, I would hope that it would inspire people to keep their medical license and help push for coverage underneath their insurance.
I know there's been patients in your province, there's been patients in my province here, and others that have sought for medical coverage through the government, whether it's even through compensation for an injury, stuff like that. So hopefully we get that fixed, and that might come with those dosing, which we talked about in an earlier story,
It'd be nice to see it start.
Yeah, that's for sure. All righty.
Yeah. On to our next story of the day, coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. Grenada's parliament approves major cannabis legalization. Well, let's see what this has to say. It was a big week for cannabis policy modernization efforts in Grenada. The Caribbean nation is comprised of a main island and smaller surrounding islands, and its parliament approved a measure that significantly overhauls the country's cannabis laws. Grenada's parliament has passed legalization amending the country's cannabis laws, decriminalizing cannabis for adults, and laying the groundwork for a regulated medical and therapeutic cannabis industry. Go Grenada. This is coming from the Caribbean National Weekly. The legislation provides amnesty and automatic expungement of criminal records for minor cannabis offenses and discontinues pending proceedings for specified small amounts. It also affirms the constitutional rights of the Rastafari community to use cannabis as a sacrament within registered places of worship and at special events, with allowances for cultivation. Under the law, adults aged 21 and over may possess up to 56 grams of cannabis and 15 grams of cannabis resin, and register to cultivate up to 4 plants per household for private use. In addition to the previously described reforms, Grenada's government is planning to develop a comprehensive national cannabis policy framework in the coming months. And the framework will include new policies for cultivation, processing, research, and medicinal use. Public cannabis consumption will remain prohibited in Grenada, and supplying cannabis to youth will result in significant criminal penalties. Grenada is one of the last jurisdictions to now move in the direction of the decriminalization of cannabis and ultimately the establishment of medical cannabis industry. This is coming from the Attorney General, Senator Claudette Joseph. Our policy of decriminalization will be paired with strict regulations to protect the youths and accompanied by a robust public education campaign and a strong enforcement against intoxication while driving. Medicinal use remains controlled and recreational use as per this bill is not permitted. The government prioritizes health and safety over short-term economic gains. And this is added by the Health Minister, Philip Telesford. I think they're making some decent strides there.
Yeah, exactly. Allowing them to grow their own cannabis. It didn't really explain. It says they're allowed to possess 56 grams, which is twice as much as what we can carry personally. But it didn't say in there whether that was personal amount or whether that included storage.
We get a lot of that in these stories. But I assume that, like that's out and about, especially if they're going to be allowed to grab their, to grow their own.
Yeah.
I don't know who wants to.
I hope that would be possession away from the home, because, it's how do you grow that little with, that number of plants?
Yeah. Impossible.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. All righty. Anything else on that story?
I think we're good.
Think we're good? All right. Time for us to move on to the last story of the day. Here we go. This one's coming to us from Normal. The headline on it says, clinical trial, short-term CBD dosing not associated with liver abnormalities. Now, the use of CBD dominant medical cannabis products by cancer patients is not associated with liver damage, including the elevated production of the alanine amylase, I just call it ALT enzyme, according to the clinical trial published in the journal BMJ Supportive and Palliative Care. Now, the Australian researchers assessed the potential impact of daily CBD administration, that's up to 600 milligrams per day, on the liver health in a cohort of 287 patients with advanced cancer. Now, it says that investigators measured patients' ALT and aspirate, I'm going to say AST levels at baseline, day 14 and day 28. Now, high levels of these enzymes in blood signals liver cell damage or disease. And now they reported that there was no significant elevations in patients' ALT and AST levels over the duration of the study. It says that medicinal cannabis products did not have a significant adverse effect on ALT or AST levels, the study's authors concluded. Now, the prior studies assessing the influence of CBD on liver health have yielded inconsistent results, while studies involving healthy volunteers have typically failed to demonstrate an association between short-term CBD dosing and elevated liver enzymes. Other studies of certain higher risk patient populations, such as those with kidney failures, have shown minor increases in liver enzyme production, though the clinical insignificance of these changes remain unclear. There you go.
Yeah, that could so easily be, like, I mean, if they're not a healthy patient, that could just be what their body is going through normally. And without, of course, having anything to compare it to, because you're dosing with CBD, I'm going to put an educated guess out there that if they hadn't been taking CBD, that decline in health would have been greater.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Yeah, exactly. But it's good to see that it didn't, it didn't elevate anything out of the extreme. And when it comes to, prescription medications, that's what they do. They check the liver to see if there's any damage going on. And, this showing there is inconsistencies, they say, in the reporting on this. So this one was on the good side.
Yes.
Yeah. So, all righty. Anything else offhand?
I don't think so. I'm gonna go, watch the snowfall.
You're gonna go watch the snowfall? Yeah, that's what we've got going on here. Probably, I can't tell from here because my window's snow covered. I can't see at it. So, but no, other than that, it's good. Good 8 stories. Got some studies in there. We covered different places around the world, and hopefully people found it educational and informative.
Absolutely.
All right. And nothing else. We can say goodbye, sign us off. That's it for today. All right. Thanks go out to you guys, everybody, for tuning into the broadcast. Really appreciate it. Also, thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We'll see you Thursday morning, 10 a.m. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Clippers, sneakers, green leaf pins on our shirts, waiting at the crosswalk, counting out the hurt. Name tags, diagnosis, story written on our skin. They called it a crime. We call it medicine. We walk for our medicine. Feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine. Risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are again. Kitchen table, late nights, printed study, highlighted lines. Grandma's hands shaking, but she still reads every sign. Ask me why I'm here on cardboard in her grip. They threatened her freedom, she tightened her fist. Hands up, sleeves rolled, scars out, stories told. Arrest us for healing. Say it loud, say it bold. White coats watching, but the waiting room's the street. We bring the clinic to the concrete.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
wanna talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me. I think my guest is having some issues. I'm just going to check here. My phone's having some issues. I don't know what the heck's going on with it either. But yeah, I'm going to have to just pop over to another screen here because I am thinking that we're having some issues because I haven't seen her yet. Wrong link. Yep. Hang on. We got the wrong link. Hang on. Oh my goodness. Because Al sent me the wrong link the last time. So I'm going to have to send this to her right now because she got the wrong link. She's in the wrong show. There we go. She's just wait. I'm just going to have to wait for a second for her to come in. But so today my guest is Allison Merton. As soon as we can get her. But Alan sent me the link for the Pace show, and then this morning I sent that to her, and then it's the wrong. Yeah. Anyways, she'll be with us, I'm sure, quite shortly. But Allison is one of the first cannabis patients in Canada. She fought in the Hitzig case back in, I think it was 1999, 2000. And there was, that was just the name of the plaintiff. There were several other patients that were actually involved, including Debbie Stoltz-Giffen and a few other patients. I'm not sure exactly who all the plaintiffs were. But to be clear, since cannabis became legal for medical patients in Canada, we have fought for everything we've ever gotten in a court of law. It wasn't like the Canadian government went, oh, these people need this. They still don't recognize cannabis as medicine via Health Canada. So when you go to the Health Canada website, they don't recognize cannabis as medicine. Isn't that lovely? Well, hello. How are you today? So again, that's always been a catalyst for me. Like being that I use cannabis as a medicine myself, for several different reasons. For them not to recognize it as a medicine is ridiculous on all levels, considering we have a medical marijuana program in Canada and have had since 2000. But to be clear, that was forced on them by a Supreme Court of Canada ruling, and it was called the Hitzig case. And then we've had to have several different cases since then. There was the Allard ruling, which was our growing. Hang on, I think we're having some issues again. Not working. No. Okay, let's hang on a second here. Let's see if I can try this again. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go Command C, and then I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna go back over here. I don't know if she's having issues. It should be the right one. Okay, so she's having issues getting in, but that's okay. Gary will figure it out. Somehow Gary will figure this out. I know he will. Anyway, so we've had. I'm good, Michaela. How are you? We've had to go to court several different times. In fact, I was involved in the Myrna case. So Matt was another cannabis patient living in Toronto, and was caught growing plants. And he ended up getting caught and getting busted, and then found a lawyer that was willing to take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Now we lost that case. Oh, and there we have her. Right on. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Allison right in because there's no point talking about her. She can tell her story herself. Right on. So good morning, lovely. How are you today?
Hey, I'm fabulous. Thanks to some
your camera's all morning, lovely. How are you today? Your camera's all blurry, hun.
I know, honey. I don't know how to fix it. Gary's at work.
Oh, that's okay. We will just keep you like the way you are. You can still talk and people can still hear you, so that's fine. Okay. Today, folks, this is Allison Merton. Now, you can't see her, but you can hear her. And she has been involved in the cannabis movement long before me. So let's ask you to start from Hitzig on. and then where we are now with psilocybin, because Allison's been involved with law reform and was a former law enforcement agent at one time. She was involved with law enforcement against prohibition. She's always been a firm believer that all substances should be legalized and regulated. And I'm a firm believer of that myself. I think it takes the commodity out of the drugs, it takes the dealers off the streets, it makes it so it's manufactured, tested, and safe, because we're never going to get rid of drug use, no matter what we do. So, further ado, go ahead.
I so agree.
So you want to tell people where you... Go ahead.
Oh, I said I 100% agree, sweetie. We have to legalize and regulate every single substance for the first thing, because patients like me need access to these substances.
Exactly. So do you want to tell our listeners what you suffer with, what your affliction is? Because I can't pronounce it. And what you're using and what you're fighting right now, because you're fighting for legalization of psilocybin at this point. After we've gone through the cannabis, you're on to psilocybin. So let's get back to what your affliction is and what you're using to control your pain levels.
You bet, Tamara. I've been all about, for over 35 years, I've been fighting in Canada to legalize not only cannabis as medicine for people like you, but also I one step further, because again, I'm a retired law enforcement officer and I battle primary progressive multiple sclerosis and a nasty 24-hour-a-day pain in my face called trigeminal neuralgia, which is apparently the worst pain known to medicine, also called the suicide disease. So as soon as I heard those words, I thought, that's not me. I'm going to find answers. So I went all over the internet, honey, and all over the world looking for help. I've been using psilocybin for over 30 years through my neurologist, but I wasn't using enough until 2017, when I upped my dose to 5 grams per time. I actually got relief from this pain in my face. If I do that every 2 hours, I have no pain at all. So that's what I live with, Tamara, and I've been fighting for everybody around the world to have access to all of these substances for the exact same reasons that I do. I can't hear you, sweetheart.
Yeah, I muted my mic because the dogs are barking. Sorry. Now we've also been for so long, people have been always told to microdose mushrooms, right? Microdose the psilocybin, microdose for depression and anxiety and all these things. Now that's effective for some people too, but you're finding now that the higher dosing is more effective for pain because it blocks the neurological pain receptors. Is that right?
Actually, that's exactly it, Tamara. And there's something that psilocybin or magic mushrooms turn into and you consume them called psilocin. And I'm after the psilocin. I need a really high amount of psilocin, at least 30 milligrams per dose, in order to relieve this pain that I have.
Right.
So again, I'm still investigating. I've got people helping me, and we're going to find out, sweetheart, for everybody around the world that has these issues and that consumes these beautiful, incredible natural substances to have a better quality of life.
Absolutely. And other cultures have known for decades that plant medicine and plant-based medicine, because let's be fair, most everything that's pharmaceutical is plant-based to begin with too, because it had to be naturally found to then chemically compounded to be the drugs that we use today for pharmaceuticals, including opioids, for poppies, cannabis for pain relief, psilocybins, cocaine, heroin, opiates, right? And then they put such a restriction on even cocaine as a medicine because it was so highly addictive, right? Unfortunately.
You know what? You bet. Any way you can get and ingest this as medicine, these plants, is medicine, is going to help you. So, and I think people need to understand that, because again, a lot of people don't consume these substances, again, understandably. But I think it's because they're afraid of the effects tomorrow. So I want people to understand that those effects are they're there for a reason. They actually make us happy and they make us forget things. That's why cannabis is good for things like PTSD. People don't realize, again, that all of the synergistic effects of the cannabinoids are what's helping.
Well, we have cannabinoids receptors in our body for a reason, right?
We
And
do.
we all know
Yeah,
that, you know, women's breast milk, and women's breast milk naturally produces CBDs,
Yes.
right? Because our bodies need to have, and unfortunately, Western medicine, and I take pharmaceuticals. Like, I do not stand alone on natural medicine. Unfortunately, it doesn't do everything my body needs. So I'm not here to shame anybody who uses natural medicine or shame anybody who uses pharmaceuticals either, because we all have our own individual needs, and some of us have to use combinations, and some of us can get away with just using natural medicines, and some of us can't. So I want to make that clear too, that we're not here to shame anybody for whatever their doctors or their practitioners have told them to do. And please make sure that you listen to them, right? Because if you don't listen to your doctor, who is a professional, whether you believe that or not, they do go to school for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to.
You know what, Laura, I have to interrupt, because I actually taught my doctors decades ago because they didn't believe in cannabis.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I absolutely know that. I know that we've had to fight with doctors in Western medicine for decades over cannabis, psilocybin, and everything, because they're so brainwashed to believe that it was a controlled substance, right? And because of the illegal, because it was illegal, there was no room for them to wiggle.
Prohibition has done this. 100% it's prohibition.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about that last night about Reefer Madness and how ridiculous that movie is now.
Yes.
Like, if you watch it now in 2026 from what they did in 1920 with that movie, and how ridiculous and how much the propaganda and the lies were so ridiculous, that it's so unbelievable to us now that how could people in the 20s actually believe that?
Oh, I know, honey, I know. But it's good for people to see the way they used to think before people like us educated them.
Absolutely.
Right?
Now, HitSig was 1999, 2000, right?
Actually, I think it was a little bit later, but ultimately, again, you're right. And the HitSig lawsuit was such an important lawsuit here in Canada for patients. And Professor Alan Young, who was my lawyer at the time, wanted just me and him to do it. And I said, no, Alan, because I knew there were other issues that needed to be addressed. We had mental health. We had a patient with mental health issues. We had a patient with hepatitis C, a patient with epilepsy. Me and Debbie Saltzgiven, who both of us deal with multiple sclerosis. We had a number of people on this, involved in the lawsuit. There were 8 of us. And again, if anybody wants details, look up HitSig versus Canada in Wikipedia, because it's all right there.
Yeah. And that was one of many. Because like I said at the beginning of the show before you were able to get in here, everything that we've gotten from the Canadian government was fought in a court of law. Yes. They've never given us cannabis anything. Legalization wasn't even for us.
We took the government to court 12 times tomorrow for cannabis.
Right? Yeah. But even with legalization, it wasn't given to us. It wasn't given to us. It was basically a forced legislation too. And at the end of the day, they've already made a mess of the patients with the licensed producers, and they had these big industries and didn't know what to do with them.
You know what, honey? And again, that's why the program isn't working. It's all, again, based on prohibition. The government did not want to legalize and regulate cannabis to begin with. And now that they have, they're actually up in arms because people are happy. And what's happening is, again, it's supply and demand, as you know, Tamara. So people are going to consume these things, whether or not they have a legal source. So again, for our government to legalize and regulate all of these substances once and for all would be the answer to me. Because I'm going to go after them for LSD and.
You want me to tell you why they won't? I'm going to tell you, this is my scenario. This is my scenario as to why they don't do that. Because now they've made treatment into human trafficking in an industry. So if they cure everybody from drugs and legalize the drugs, there won't be any access to drugs that make them so sick and die on the streets. So their industry that they've already built with prisons and treatment won't make them any money. And then legalization too, like I have no.
Yeah.
It was all about public health and safety, right? That's what they said about cannabis legalization. It's all about public
Well,
health and safety.
Disgusting, Tamara. I'm telling you, I'm still working with the government. I'm actually in the midst of doing things now to approach them with another issue because, again, the cannabis issue is so wrong in Canada. There's so many patients who are suffering and like me, not able to get into the program because they've reduced their limits so much. I heard again, the latest I heard was a few months ago from my doctor that there was, what was the limit? I think they were reducing from 25 grams a day on your license to around 5. And that
I've been hearing that a lot too. And another thing we've been hearing too is because the market price on cannabis has come down.
150 grams a day of cannabis in order to feel better and not use my pills. That's what the government's fighting us with. They want.
Well, the thing of it is, when I went to get my last licensing, I asked for my 15 grams because that's already what I had prior to get a renewal, right, from one of these places.
Yes.
And I had to go through get the not the ECMPR because I don't have ability to grow right now, so there's no point. And they refused to give me my 15 grams a day because they told me it was I wouldn't be able to afford it. And I'm like, how do you know what I can afford and what I can't afford?
That's exactly
so they cut
what
me
I'm
back.
talking about.
They cut me back to 7 grams a day, and I'm like, 7 grams a day? Okay, I still can't afford that either. To be fair, there's no way I can even afford 7 grams a day because I don't have a job anymore to begin with either. And it's just has been a struggle but the access. Said, well, all you guys wanted was access. But dignified access doesn't mean going to a legal store where you can only get a 10 milligram package of gummies that don't work for anybody. Well, some people do. Or the fact that it's like at an unaffordable price, you can't have any insurance company cover that unless you buy it from the mail through a licensed producer, which means you have to have a licensing for. And my doctor told me, why would she give me my license when I could go and buy 30 grams a day? Why would she license me for 15 grams? When I can go buy legally 30 grams a day. So
exactly, sweetheart. Exactly. And this is what we're fighting tomorrow, because that's not fair. People like us who consume more than 5 grams a day should be respected. And that's again why I have a problem with the government, and I've been fighting them for almost all my life. It doesn't make sense that you or me or anyone else who chooses these substances as medicine as issue. That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. And the fact that my thing is too, they got this pharma plan coming out, but they're not going to cover anything but certain drugs, insulin, and this and that. But cannabis is something that patients need too. So why are they not wrapping cannabis into that pharma act? And they've lowered the price. So the market price of cannabis has gone down to $6.50 a gram. Okay, that's good for anybody who's buying it recreationally. But what that does then is make the veterans lose that $2.50 of payback. So if they're paying $8.50 for theirs in the store still, or if they're buying whatever, they're now only going to get reimbursed for $6.50 because everything works on market price, market value. So the veterans feel like they're being attacked, even though they're technically not doing it on it's not like, oh, they're going off market value, so the government can cut back and save money. Okay, I get that. But why are you targeting medical cannabis? Out of all the things you could be looking at all the things that you're paying out for all the benefits, why are you looking to cut back medical cannabis when it's one of the most effective things for post-traumatic stress syndrome? I'm just going to tell you for myself, it's one of the most effective things that I can use. And they're going to cut that back. So why target cannabis? Out of all the other things you could cut back on, why that?
But you know what, honey? They're targeting it because it's interrupting the pharmaceutical right. So they feel that they have the right as pharmaceutical companies to do this to patients. We're not in it for healthcare. We're not taking pills for healthcare. We're taking pills for pain or money care, like dollars, right? It's the dollars in their pocket that they're going to get from all the pills that people like you and me consume. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. If you've noticed, the studies have been out all over the world about how cannabis drops your pill intake tremendously. And I knew that.
Me and Al just had a great big, because Al does a lot of the research for the show, for Pace Radio shows on Wednesday night. And they're putting out thousands and thousands of studies a year for the last 10 years. But then at the end of every study, more research needs to be done. More research needs to be done. How much more fucking research do you fucking need? But the only time the only time they stipulate what's medical and what's not is if you take the cannabis out. Because then they'll decipher between recreational and medical. But yet they don't recognize cannabis as medicine. But if you go to sell it, they sure the fuck do.
Unbelievable. We have a lot of educating to do, Tamara, and I personally am not stopping because this is ridiculous. Patients
it's 20 years this year.
I
started in 2006.
To know exactly what these substances do to people. So whether it be alleviate pain or alleviate, again, your PTSD issues and everything you deal with, people, again, are learning that tomorrow. And we have to keep educating the world. Because again, there are people out there who have never heard this.
Well, I think what's most disturbing is when we break down how much money the government takes in and how much money they're spending on propaganda information and cannabis hitosis and all these things that are, you know, and impaired driving, which we know really isn't a thing. I mean, I'm not saying that there are some people that don't consume cannabis and it really messes them up. Okay, we're all different individuals. Some of us that use it for cannabis don't get the same effects that somebody that only uses it like once a month. Okay, and that's be fair. Somebody that uses it recreationally, that only smokes like once in a while, is going to get way more lit than I am. I smoke and I have smoked chronically before I was medical, and now that I'm medical, I'm a daily user. Right, it keeps me off a lot of the other medications that I've got behind my shoulder. So again, with that being said, I can't afford what I need for cannabis medicine because my hydromorphine are only $3 for 90 of them.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly what they
do. And they'll cover my
know.
morphine, but they won't cover my cannabis, right? Because cannabis is still like.
I know. I'm in the same boat tomorrow. I don't buy my cannabis, thank God. There are people who help me, but I will tell you again, I understand that's why I can't afford it. And I haven't been able to afford it for decades. So
No,
again,
I can't afford it either.
Done so that people like us aren't left on the out. We're not outliers. I want.
Well, again, like I've got benefits through my husband's job, but I've never approached them to pay for my cannabis because, first of all, I don't think they would. And I don't want to cause an alarm for him to end up having problems with his job either, right? So it's something that I've just never approached them for, but I also don't buy through the licensed producers and wait for it in the mail. I just don't. And as it is, you know.
When cannabis was, even before it was legalized, my mom and I were the first people in Canada to actually send in forms to the government to say, we'd like some money back. And my mom got back $9,000 that year because of all the receipts I'd written out to vendor and the amount. Because you know what? I didn't know who I was buying it from on the street, but it was medicine. And I was proving that when, again, we got a return, a tax return that year, my mom for $9,000 for the cannabis that she bought me that year. I'll never forget that tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, how many of us were using it prior to legalization?
And now you can't do it, but now they won't allow that to happen.
No.
And that's
no,
the most.
Not unless you're buying from the. Yeah, you have to be buying from the licensed producers, and you have to have a medical licensing, and you have to prove all that with your income tax, right?
You do.
And I don't have a licensing anymore because, again, like my doctor said, why would I prescribe you 15 grams a day when you can go buy 30?
Yeah, shame. Oh my God.
And that was my GP here who had signed it.
Like you need your doctor actually to sign that paperwork just so that you can be a legal patient and have the power. That's what I'm doing again. Because literally,
I thought about doing that too.
Yeah, I've been fined for 5 or 6 years without a license, without a cannabis license, and I personally don't care because my health is not changing, and people know I consume cannabis, and that's enough for me. Bottom line, though, again, I was educated by a friend of mine, Sherry Bennett, recently, who actually mentioned that if we were legal, again, we'd be counted as a legal patient in Canada, and we'd have more power when we're out in public if we ever get it.
Well, that's it. That's a thing that Michelle Rainey said to me when I first got my licensing back in 2012. You can be louder if you're legal. So that's why I got licensed to begin with. That was one of the reasons why I flew to Ontario and got my licensing to begin with. But again, too, like our numbers have gone from over 50,000 licensed patients down to about 10,000 again because of legalization. People aren't going to get their licensing anymore
there are
because
180,000 legal cannabis patients in Canada tomorrow.
Oh, is there? Oh, that's great.
Montel last year, and with that number was quoted. So again, it's not that legalization is changing much; it's just interfering with us. So we're not.
Yeah.
I mean, legalization, yes, is the reason that we're having all the problems we're having. But again, they're interfering with the medical end of this, product or this substance. It's not the same. Medical and social. I can't go to a social. I can't go to an Ontario cannabis store and even get what I need in a day. Again, I consume 150 grams of cannabis in a day. And then I just had 8 grams of mushrooms. Where the heck would I get that from? And again, that's why we're fighting for legalization, because patients like us consume these products just out of, curiosity, trying to feel better.
Well, that's the thing. Like, who wants to be all hopped up on opioids? Because their side effects to those are way worse than any side effect you're going to get from cannabis or psilocybin.
I mean, those Navi right now unprescribed so much for my pain. I can't even lift my head off the pillow, let alone get it out. And that's again why I've been fighting, because I don't want to live like that. I want to have my life. I want to be able to get up and talk and do this and educate people as to why I'm still here, let alone again why everybody else is doing well.
Exactly. And that's the thing, like you've been like the lead of the global marijuana marches for years, whether you're in your wheelchair or whether you're walking, you're always out there. And for you to not be able to have that quality of life because somebody's telling you can't, that's not right either. And it shouldn't be just you by yourself fighting, for all these things. And that's why I keep telling everybody, our fight's not over. We need to get back to our community. We need to reunite ourselves. We need to quit worrying about whether, like COVID really split our community in half too, to be honest. Like that's what really broke our community in half. We really found out who people were when the pandemic started. So our community kind of split in half because of who uses natural medicine and who doesn't, and the judgment calls. And that's why I said no stigma here, no shame on anybody. You do what you have to do to make sure that you feel better. The quality of life is first and foremost, and what's right for you is my choice. And my choice is what really
helps you teach people,
right? Exactly. And if we don't keep talking and educating,
I found out about a lot of these cannabis included by accident, how much they worked as medicine. I remember when my friend Kevin left a cigarette on my bedside table before I was legal, before I even came out to anybody. We partied all the time. There were a ton of us that hung out for decades. We had tons and tons of friends. So Kevin would come over every day at lunch, or every once a week, whenever he could at lunch from his work, and he'd drop by and he'd hang with me. And this particular day, he left a cannabis cigarette on my table, and I fought him. And I said, no, I am not going to consume cannabis. It's illegal, and I'm not going to lose my job as a law enforcement officer. So I literally threw Kevin out of my house. I honestly can't believe that. Within 10 minutes of me doing that, I felt so bad. I looked at the cigarette on my table, on my bedside table. I smoked half of it. Before I even knew what was going on, I was making the bed and singing to the song on the radio. And that literally changed my life. The next day, I went to my doctor and I said, I found my medicine. It is cannabis. And that, my darling, was 1994.
Right. Exactly.
I can't believe it took me that long, Tamara. I really can't believe it took me that long. I smoked cannabis when I was young, but I just never smoked enough. And this particular friend of mine, Kevin, would see at every party how I'd just literally be sitting there not doing anything until I had cannabis. And every party he would throw an ounce of cannabis in my lap and say, get up and dance. And I would literally, we'd roll it away. I'd be smoking all night and I would not be able to sit down. I had so much energy. And before that, again, I couldn't walk. I lost the ability to walk. in 1992, I couldn't walk at all.
Oh
So
my.
that's what people do, and that's what my friends Kevin and Mike, all these people who help me, I love them so much, Tamara. And John, they all keep me going and have for decades.
Right?
And
we have to take a quick break right now
Sure.
and we have to take a quick break and thank all our sponsors. So we'll take a quick commercial break and come back. Unfortunately, we won't be able to talk behind the scenes. I didn't get a chance to tell you that, but we'll pop out of here and we'll be back after a quick commercial break. And then I want to talk to you a little bit more about the psilocybin fight and law enforcement against prohibition and why you are so adamant about legalizing all substances.
Awesome. Thanks, Anne.
Okay. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back after that break from our great sponsors. I'd like to say thank you to them again, because without them and you, our listeners, we wouldn't have shows. So we're back with Allison Nerd. Now, Allison has been, like we've been talking about, a long-time advocate, but you've been working on a project with psilocybin for the last 4 or 5 years now, I think, within the legal system, right? And attempting to get a psilocybin section 50, is it a 56 with the psilocybin, or is it 1-141?
Actually, I'm hoping now just to become legal in any way, because everything my lawyers have submitted over the last few years, my lawyer Paul Lewin, and with the help of people like Nicholas Pope, a human rights lawyer from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Paul Lewin is.
You got to speak. Hun, we can't hear you. You're gonna have to speak into your mic a little. We can't hear you. Sorry.
I was just saying that Paul Lewin actually is doing quite a bit to help me, and we've had a human rights attorney from Ottawa, Nicholas Pope, join our team just recently in the last couple of years, and we've been fighting for human right for people that need this as medicine, need psilocybin as medicine. I wanted to tell you, Tamara, I just won a big case, as you might know, I was actually arrested in May at a bar. I was out at a local establishment, pardon me, here in Burlington, Ontario, Canada, where I live with my partner, Gary Lynch. And I had my psilocybin tea in my little carry-on bag with me. I had 4 bottles and literally sat down at the table. Everybody in the bar knew that I brought my own medicine, and then I drank magic mushroom tea. All the people who worked there, everybody, the owners were friends of ours for many years. Ultimately, again, Gary and I went to order a drink, and the bartender came up to our table and asked us again what we would like, and right away pointed to my bottle and asked what was in it. And I told her my medicine, my magic mushroom tea. And within 15 minutes, she called the police and had me and Gary escorted out of the bar and refused to serve us. She did refuse to serve us before that. But ultimately, the Killing Time band were playing. And again, none of us really understood what was going on because we were sitting right beside the band. And so sure enough, they started playing the song, Does It Make Sense? Wouldn't you know it? That's when the police walked in during the song that they wrote for me, called Doesn't Make Sense. So check that out on YouTube for sure. But ultimately,
the Killing Time band. Yep, the Killing Time band. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So, what did this employee not know you? Was this employee a new employee? Like, what was her point?
It was a bartender who we'd never seen before, Tamara. She was young.
Right.
And as soon as I said my magic mushroom tea, we heard her from people that the call that she had put in was that there was a woman doing drugs in the bar. So ultimately, again, we ended up, Paul didn't like that at all, Paul Lewin, especially because it was our anniversary, Gary's and my anniversary, 37 years together. And ultimately, again, Paul went to town and went at it. He submitted a huge lawsuit to the Burlington courts, basically saying that we were fighting it, and him as a human or constitutional lawyer was asking why again was there an issue when they knew exactly what was in my bottle and for years. So, and ultimately Nicholas Pope, the human rights lawyer from Ottawa that offered to help, Nicholas Pope offered to call into the courts and be a witness for me, saying how much psilocybin helps people in this position. And again, within probably 2 days of all of that being submitted to the courts, I got a call from Paul Lewin. The charges were dropped.
Right.
So
right. But they dropped them because they don't want you fighting them. Because they know well that you'll win the case, and then it becomes a constitutional issue for the government.
That's exactly why they dropped it. You bet. But we want the world to know. So I've been posting everywhere because it's a precedent-setting case. If patients, again, are anywhere in Canada and have their medicine with them, they have a fight like me. So again, keep that in mind. Everybody who's watching, you have the same rights that we have.
Absolutely. Section 56 allows you to use medicine for your own health, for yourself. And that was what they based
Section 56 though, tomorrow.
No, but I mean, that's what a Section 56 originally meant before we became court ruled into these programs that we have.
Yes.
In our fucking program.
The government denied my Section 56 application through Paul Lewin a couple of years ago because they didn't like the amount that I take. And what somebody told me was that there's no amount when you're sick, that it shouldn't be a large or a small amount. It should just be what the patient needs. So again, lastly, I want to tell you, a hospital in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, just recently got the right to actually study psychedelics as medicine. And Hamilton is right beside me in Burlington, Ontario. So I'm really excited that somebody is finally listening. I was interviewed on the local TV station at CHCH News for this issue on January 2nd, because again, it's huge. And I want people to know that I've been waiting since I've been the first legal patient in the world for pain for psilocybin from 2017. I have been waiting.
Right? And that's the thing that people need to hear, because you're not going to read it in the newspaper. You're not going to see it on mainstream media. Like it has to be word of, and that's how we've done everything for decades.
You
It
bet.
wasn't
This
something
is the
that
community
CBC
we're
was
in,
picking
though.
up on, right?
Community we're in is so fabulous because they share all of this. And what these people do is they actually, again, are educating the others by doing this. And that's what I love, is that it's not just the people who are watching or listening, it's the people who pass it on over and over and over again, which is exactly what we want.
Well, that's how we all got here. It was hearing somebody
Yeah.
else's story, hearing how somebody else got some relief off of this, trying it ourselves, finding the relief, and then spreading that message. And that's what has rippled across our country and what got us as where we are today. I mean, it's not perfect. Okay, like let's be fair. Medical patients have been left behind, but nobody's looking over their shoulder smoking a joint anymore.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to jail for fucking pot
there
anymore
was
unless
good.
they're, you know. So there's some good. There are some good aspects. Why I'd like to see, and this is what I want to get on to next, is why you feel all drugs should be manufactured and legalized in Canada.
You better believe it, Eddie. First and foremost, when they're legal, they can be studied even more. So I want people to know that for sure. That's the main reason I'm fighting, because I want them legal so that everybody can study these substances and find out exactly what helps people like me and you. You know, and tomorrow, we don't know down the road. I've had ketamine on prescription for well over a decade at my local hospital, and I didn't know. Again, I didn't stop to think about anything because it helps me. And so all I did was put it in the hands of the doctors and say, this is what I'd like. I don't want an anesthesia. I don't want pharmaceutical anesthesia anymore. Can you please give me ketamine before surgeries? And they ended up doing that. And the funniest thing was, the first time I had ketamine, Gary was absolutely shocked. Not only was I the first person sitting up in the recovery room, but I was the first person dressed, the first person home, and it lasted almost all day. So ketamine,
right? But again, and it doesn't give you that groggy like run out feeling, because ketamine's totally different, right?
Yeah, no, I had no effects, no grogginess. As I said, I woke up immediately. I was clear-headed. Gary was shocked. He was sitting beside me, and I didn't know that, waiting for me to wake up. But again, I've had, I don't even know how many surgeries since then, and each one I've had ketamine each time. So again, something to think about for people. If you don't want my father almost died when they gave him pharmaceutical anesthesia. He almost died. And literally that scared me so much that that's another reason I looked into these substances.
Well, my dad was allergic to penicillin.
Wow.
And this last bout before he passed away in June, trying to find something that would kill off the infection, because they couldn't even use like regular, you know what I mean? So it was shutting his kidney and stuff out. My dad has always been allergic to penicillin. Yeah. So even something as like, it's not that he was allergic to anything else. I'm not allergic to any pharmaceuticals as far as I know, but my dad was allergic to penicillin, and he was a diabetic too, and was regularly getting infection and trying to fight the infection because he was a diabetic too, being antibiotic pretty much resistant, right?
Right. The same way I am with opioids. It's funny. Again, there are people all like that out there. And this is the thing, is that we're all different, as I heard you say earlier. You know,
I say that a lot too, because what works for somebody, like, because a lot of people say, well, you know, cannabis doesn't do anything for me. I've done this and I've done that. And I said, that's fair. Like, I understand, because you know what? I take hydromorphine, and it doesn't do anything for my pain. It makes me hyper. It doesn't make me go groggy and sleepy like everybody else. It gives me a fucking headache, and then I don't sleep. So it's doing the opposite effect for me than it does what it's supposed to do. Like everybody else that takes hydromorphine or morphine usually gets drowsy, sleepy, grog. Like, you know, not me. I'm up fucking doing dishes at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning if I take it. Right? Like, seriously, and I told my doctor that. Like, everything that works, like, for anybody else, it's like the counteract, because I'm attention deficit too. So it seems like pharmaceuticals counteract on me. Now it's like sativa and indica. I use indica all day because if I smoke sativa, I'm sleeping.
Yeah, really? Wow.
Yeah. Wow. And I have and psilocybin. I don't do well on it. I've tried it in microdosing. I've tried it in others, and I don't do well on it. I get actually physically sick. I throw up. So it's not like, because believe me, before I went and tapped and then had to take any of this other fucking garbage behind my shoulder, I tried everything. Turmeric caps, this cap, that cap, shove it in this hole, up that hole. You know what I mean? Like, in every orifice it could go, it was going, and nothing effectively was doing enough to get me out of bed because I was so seized up from inflammation from the rheumatoid, right? Because it's an autoimmune. I've got overactive immune disease. So my red cells eat the white cells, what cause my body's basically eating itself, but I'm like seized up and I can't even move. So I had, unfortunately, to go to the fucking, and started with prednisone, and then they weaned me off that. Now I take methotrexate, but it's still toxic as fuck.
You
But
know,
I'm moving.
we can't, there's no way we can get away from some of the pharmaceuticals tomorrow. I still take probably 7 or 8 different types of pharmaceuticals. But
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could.
Put them down. I don't want to take as many, and I don't want to. So that's what cannabis has helped with. You know, and again, the psilocybin, I don't need these pills called, what are they called? Is it Toradol? Ketorolac is, what do you call it? Off version. I can't think of the name I'm trying to think of. But anyway, Ketorolac, I don't need to take that. And one of the things with Ketorolac is if you take it, you can't take it for more than 5 days in a row, or A, your liver won't make it, or B, you will do some serious damage to your body. So those are the sorts of things that psilocybin helps me not take. That's why I would rather have psilocybin. And again, it takes away all of that medication. So, you know, I still take, like you, hydromorphone regularly, every day, 4 times a day at least.
I don't take it every day. Oh no. I only take the pain meds when I'm flaring. Like, I only have to take folic acids every day because of the depletion from the methotrexate. I only take the methotrexate once a week. But if I'm taking my methotrexate regularly, it usually keeps me so my inflammations are down because it's immune suppressing, right? So I have no immunity. Good. But again, like, that's the downside. But when I'm flaring, I've got gabapentin, I've got hydromorphine, when I take attention deficit, I take Ritalin every day. That's for my attention deficit though. But the cannabis keeps it so that I do have to take the hydromorphine. It nauseates me so bad. I only get 2 milligrams because if I take 4 milligrams, I'm puking. So I can't take a lot of hydromorphine, not a high dosage of it, that I'm puking. Again, it gives me a fucking headache and makes me, not that I need to be any more hyper than I already am, right? And right, so I don't take, and then again, the cannabis.
That's why we love you. Oh, by the way, Gary says happy birthday, twin, or when it comes on Valentine's Day.
Right, we're just another month away. We got another month to be 55. I got 1 more month of 55. And then woohoo, right? Yes, Gary's my twin.
Only
and it's funny because when we met each other, like, Gary's like 6'5". How tall? 6'4". And I'm 4'9". So you got like,
we love that. He thinks you're a little holy, honey, you're a little bullet.
And that's the thing, like, I've been so blessed with this cannabis community over the years. Like I said, this is going on my 20th year. We started Southern Alberta Cannabis Club in June of 2006, right? So this is my 20th year. And I met you guys in Ottawa in 2012, I think it was. I believe it was 2012. But I met you like before online and stuff prior to that. Yes. And I think when I made my first trip out to Ottawa, but the protest on Parliament Hill 2012, I got to meet you in person. So I've been able to do some trips.
I took all those pictures in the Parliament. Yeah, getting ready to speak. Right on.
Because we had a press conference and we were all in the green room with Russ and Christine. Yeah, exactly. But that was 2012. So again, like, I had the privilege of meeting so many great people from coast to coast to coast because of cannabis.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that we all were fighting for the same thing. And whether we were politically aligned or not, we were all aligned on cannabis and people needing their medicine and people needing their licensing in a timely manner and all this 10-week weed and all this bullshit, 35 fucking papers. So we've gone down to 11 papers, right? 35 to 11. They did do, but how many times we had that program change? MMAR, MMPR, ACMPR. Like, oh my God, like, and that's just from the time that I started this.
Again, honey, they just have to fix the program. I really don't care what it's called. I just want patients to actually be able to A, afford it, and B, get what they need appropriately.
And be able to not be cut back because somebody somewhere said, well, we're only going to pay for 5 grams, so the limit on the because that's what this all boils down to. This boils down to how much the government is willing to pay the veterans for their medicine. So this all boils down to, and I'm not shading the vets at all. They deserve everything they get, plus 10 times more. I wish that they didn't have a cap on their cannabis. But another thing that bothers me, though, is that they were given DIN numbers so they could be covered. Why can't they do that for everybody then? Why can't we all be on the same?
Gosh, I didn't know that.
Playing field?
Unbelievable. Shocking.
That's how they get kept, because they have a DIN number. Because that was always their excuse as to why they couldn't cover this and why they couldn't cover that. Because there was no patent. There was no DIN number. Oh.
Wow. You know what, though? If there's a DIN number on it tomorrow, they change that product of it. They change that substance. Because there's no way they can get a DIN number without changing at least one of those cannabinoids.
Well, no, but they also have to go through the license. They also have to go through the licensed producers. They also have to wait for their stuff in the mail. They don't get to just use the, they can't. And I'm not sure, because I know before I've been trying to get one of my veteran friends that does to come on the show, but he's kind of leery to talk about it in public, I think, because I'm not sure they're able to really tell.
Yeah, I bet. Everybody. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
You know what I'm saying? Because there's been some little leeriness there on answering the questions that I've asked. And I'm not getting always direct answers, even just between me and this person. So I don't know if they have to sign maybe something to say that they.
You know what? I wonder if the government's involved, if they don't have an NDA.
Well, they are, because they're in Veterans Affairs, right? So these are prior military. They're under veterans benefits, right? They're all then still technically property of the government, because once you become the ward of the government too, right? People don't realize that. Once you sign your rights away to be a civilian. You're no longer a civilian. Now, once you retire, you're then signed off as a civilian. But if you're being covered by Veterans Affairs and Veterans Benefits, I'm not really sure what you're I don't know. I'm not a veteran myself.
Sure, I haven't heard. I have family who are veterans, so. And not that old.
These are questions. These are questions we should be asking. These are questions, and again, I don't know if we can answer them. Right?
You know what?
I don't know any of them well enough to ask these very personal questions either, because a lot of these questions are about their health and their privacy, and I don't have. It's not my business to ask them. It's kind of like that.
You know what, Tara? It's up to people whether or not they say. They actually, give you that information, because they can always say, "No, I'm sorry. Can we talk about something else?" or not, not something I agree with, or whatever. My point is, if they want to be anonymous in their way, they can even do what I'm doing. Look at my screen right now. It's just not even there.
You can blur your screen out, and then nobody else to see your face. Not that you're blurring your screen out because you want to hide your face. I know why you're blurring your screen out. You're in bed. I get it. You know what? We're patient. And we're patients, and if we want to fucking do a show from our bed and not get dressed, we can do that. And if we want to, because that's what we deal with on a daily. All of us that are on here, I hate the word patient, but people that use cannabis as medicine, because patients to me reminds me of somebody in a hospital bed. And I've always had a thing about that. We're not tied to an IV. We're wanting quality of life. We don't want to be that person in the hospital bed. Why we use cannabis, right?
Yep. Beautiful. And again, sorry, Tamara. I was going to say,
go ahead.
I feel the same way. But I'm not disabled. I just have a different ability of doing things. So I'm differently abled. I'm not disabled. And that's what people, again, need to understand. We, again, want to live. We have quality of life. We do things, right? And again, I'm all dressed and I look better than ever. It's a shame you can't see me.
I bet you do. You always look beautiful, no matter what.
No, but I am all dressed.
But again, like I said, with the stigma that goes along with disability, or people with other abilities, right? People that don't have the abilities that some other people do because of whatever they have. But we live with such stigma. We live with no quality of life. We live in financial abuse. We're either financially abused by our government because we either can't get PWD or AISH or anything like that in disability. And if you can, it's not even enough to live on. When you're paying $2,000 a month for a rental and you're getting $1,700 a month for disability, that doesn't really work.
Exactly, Annie.
And I don't know why
And
people
then
that
they
work
want
think
to,
that they're like, why people that are not. I don't know why people that work have this almost like a stink on their face when it comes to anybody with the
sorry, I
non-ability.
can't hear you, honey.
I said it's funny how people that have the ability to work look
Right.
their nose down at people that don't, right? That can't
Right.
work. And then they
True.
all make it a big deal that, oh my God, that person doesn't get to live, they get a free check from the government. How many times do you hear that? Free checks from the government?
You
No,
bet.
no, it's free checks from our neighbors. Our neighbors
know,
at work,
Jen,
because we're supposed to work to help the government.
You're right. But again, it goes back to the community, Tamara, because even with working, there are different things we can do, and you can make money under the table helping people. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've done that with people who've helped me. You know, just here you go. That's a little bit for your time or whatever the case may be. And it may not be much, but the point is it makes us feel like actual real people because then we can do that, right? So
Exactly.
again, always look at your community.
It's been so frustrating for me not being able to work, and then my medical unemployment ran out. So the substitution program is kind of gone to the wayside too, because I realized how much I was funding it out of my own pocket, that the donations weren't coming in as much. So the substitution program has gone to the wayside because I've got no money because I'm not working. I got no income. So and it's not like I don't like, and it's not like Alvin doesn't work. He does, but
Doctors running into that on the East Coast with the same issue.
Yeah, and our community used to be so giving, but again, our community isn't as growing. People aren't growing like they used to. Like we don't have designated growers as much as we seem to have had before. I'm not growing anymore. I used to have a garden of 200 plants. I had more than enough to give away, and more than enough to bake with, and more than enough for myself. But now that I'm in a situation where I don't have power to grow even 4 fucking plants, never mind the 200 I was licensed for, I can't even help myself. And that's the fucking problem.
I was licensed at 150 grams a day. I was actually finding that, like you, I had a little extra, and rather than put it away for a rainy day, I actually asked all the area compassion clubs if they could use a little extra, and I would always donate to the compassion clubs whatever I didn't consume. So there was always enough for me, but every now and then there was a little more, because again, we use cannabis in every way. It's 20 times as much cannabis just to make oil. So again, I use oil all the time, and make food in it and juice it. I was just talking to somebody about that the other day. So there's so many ways other than smoking. You don't have to just smoke to get the medicine. People like me smoke because again, it's the fastest route of administration for pain relief. So if I'm having trouble and my pain's starting, you better believe I'm going to smoke.
Yeah.
But again,
absolutely. And I mean, Cheryl too is finding out such great relief for Haley, right? With the juice, and now with the research for the microgreens, like these are huge steps that we've made, or Cheryl's made with going back to school too. Like Cheryl, went back to school to do this. She went back to do this research. She absolutely went back specifically for this. But Haley, you could have remember when we first met Haley? She was like nonverbal. She was like a little Skeletor, right? She's like 33 years old now, has boyfriend, just got her. And I was like having a conversation with her just like you and I, right?
I saw the interview.
And this is all like cannabis. And this kid's been like, she's not a kid anymore. She's a young woman. And she's absolutely beautiful. But she was 15 fucking years old when we met her. And now she's 33, and she's still alive and kicking and doing so great. I haven't kept up on Liam McKnight, but I know I seen another fellow on TikTok with a little man with Davenport, and I tagged Mandy McKnight for this fellow because he's
speaking of Liam, good,
right? So again, there's so many other children out there. Sophie in Nova Scotia.
He was 5 when he got a license here in Ontario for cannabis, and Liam suffers from Dravet syndrome, which is a type of epilepsy. So actually, Mandy, I adore you, darling. Kiss the family if you're watching, Mandy.
Right. And again, too, we got Joneses out in Nova Scotia with Sophie, who she's in a wheelchair. She's got I can't pronounce it, so I'm not even going to attempt. But she had scoliosis. They had her spinal surgery done, and all through that, the kid came out of there with flying colors. And due to her CBD and her mother fighting so hard for her to be able to get access to that. So to the Joneses too. Mwah. I love you guys. Like, you know, and Nick used to work with Alvin on the rig in Alberta. That's how we first met them, because Nick, her dad, worked with Alvin, and that's how they learned about cannabis, was from my husband. So we've got, you know, a very strong tie to that one. And then we hooked. I mentioned it to Deb because they're all in the Maritimes, so we got everybody connected out there. You know. All right, we blew through our hour. We're at time again here. It goes by so quick.
Thank you.
I know. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
I love you. I'm a big fluffy guy.
I love you so much, too. Like I said, this is going on almost, like, I would say, I've known you, like, I met you in 2012, but I actually met you in 2006. So this is our 20th year, too, lady.
You're a firecracker.
All right, well, again, thanks to our sponsors, and thanks to Al, our producer. And Al, our producer, and thanks to Allison. And thanks, we had more watchers today than I've ever had before. Our numbers were up and down all through it. So let's keep it going, guys, and thanks for watching. See you next. I'll see you actually Wednesday night on the Pace Radio Show, which is at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And that's a wrap for today. Love you.
Bye, Annie.
Take care,
Bye,
everybody.
everybody. I love you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Kept my back all twisted, nights run long, old prescription bottles, labels all wrong. Doctor looked me over, laughed at my chart, said, sign this paper, kid, and follow your heart. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call it. From the waiting room to mobile yard, life got easy when they stamped that card. I got my weed card, yeah, I'm alright. Sleeping like a baby through the whole damn night. I got my weed card, saying it's so hard. World feels softer with a little green card. Mama shakes her head, says, boy, you changed. But I'm more alone and fix what's strange. Boss don't care as long as I show. Clock in that smile comes a little more slow. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call. Oh, yeah. From the pharmacy to my old front porch, trouble burns out like a used up torch. I got my weed card, I'm doing fine, breathing real deep for the first damn time. I got my weed card. Raise your glass, hard life tastes sweeter with a little green card. Used to hide in the bathroom, looking at the door. Now I walk right out, name tag on my drawer, running from the shadows in my head. Just a man with a card and an early night in bed. I got my weed card in my wallet. Doctor's little scribble put a comb in my pocket. From the big bad world to this worn out yard, heart beats easy with a little green card. I got my weed card. Let the band play one deep breath and I'm okay. I got my weed card. Sing it so hard, life rolls smoother with a little green card.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hi, Guy. How you doing?
I was really lagged there.
You are, eh?
Yeah. Just a second.
All right.
There, that's better.
Okay. That helps?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Because the only change I saw was the comment came up on.
I just turned it on, that's all. Everything's running slow today.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it really cold up there? Is that why?
Oh, I'm so cold, Al. I'm like, it's -2 outside. I mean, it's nice in the house, but I keep the house down to 18.5.
Yeah.
I should just put on a hoodie, but I'm stubborn.
That's why I got mine on. We always keep ours.
You know what? I hate the hoodie look. I mean, I love my hoodie. It's warm. It's comfortable, but I don't like that crackhead look. You know what I mean?
I know. I've been wearing hoodies for years, decades.
Oh yeah, me too. It's a Canadian staple, hoodies and lumberjacks shirts.
Yes. Yeah, my son-in-law got a new lumberjack shirt, and I think it's now an old lumberjack shirt.
Well, I mean, there was a day when the trend was Greb's lumberjack attire and a hoodie, or a jean jacket or a leather jacket.
Yeah. Unfortunately for my son-in-law, the puppies got to the shirt before he got to wear it. So.
Well, you know what? Puppies do what puppies want.
Oh yeah, I had a shirt from somebody who was experimenting with putting print onto shirts, and it had THC, Trent Hills cannabis. You know what Trent Hills is. Before I even wore it, Tessa had eaten a hole like this big, not only the front but the back as well. It was in the exact same spot in the back end. I called it the biggest roach burn I ever had.
She was bored.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Yep.
My my hoodie's in the car usually for
Is it?
emergency purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And I have my lumberjack jacket that I wear normally.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it. I have a full a full leather jacket as well, but that's for like formal.
Yeah.
So I don't wear it, and it's part of my fat collection. I'm still wearing my fat clothes. They're comfortable.
Well, that's the thing, I could fit into a medium shirt, but I prefer to wear a large. I'll even wear extra large shirts because
it's a little more
there's
extreme
room.
than that with me, Al. I mean, I've gone from a 6, almost a 7XL,
Yeah,
down to a 2.
2 now. Okay,
Well,
that's 3.
Three's comfortable. 2 is looks better than 3 because it doesn't look unkempt. 3 looks
Right.
unkempt.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, it's
so what do you got today? You got a list?
I do.
You do?
I does.
Okay. Just so you know, I've got some news. I got some sports news. I've got some entertainment and events. I had an event that was sent to us by Mary Jane, so I got that here, and I got some recipes.
Mary who? I'm looking for my list.
I see that.
I saw it a few minutes ago. Where the hell is it?
I can see it, but our viewers can't. I know that. So what do you think of the Mars while you're looking? What do you think of Mars?
The what?
Mars here on StreamYard.
Oh, I mean, it's just another window that I have to close. I get it. I mean, they want you to see the formats that you're broadcasting, and I get that. And you have the ability to shut it off.
Correct. Yeah.
But it's there regardless. It's just more bandwidth going out is all it is. That's what it feels like.
I use it both on YouTube. I'm going to do that for a bit just to see what the viewers are watching.
I haven't played with it, so you can set it just to do where you want to do it.
With Facebook, you have to do either landscape or portrait.
Yes.
When it comes to YouTube, it'll run both simultaneously.
But it won't run both simultaneously on Facebook.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah.
But it will, because I did load it, and it automatically, if you're on your phone, it loads on your phone. Like it does a mobile. Look.
Okay.
But it shows the full site. But if you look at them, like, you remember when it was just one website, Al? And then your website became an app, a mobile app.
Oh yeah.
It depends on which way you turn your phone as to the view that you see, right?
Yeah, and a lot of people hold them straight up and down, right?
I'm just waiting for the playlist feature to appear.
Yeah. I'm in a StreamYard group, official group on Facebook. I should throw that in there.
I have brought it up in comments. I think that since we're on the subject, I think that a playlist feature, which at least two of the other major competitors to StreamYard have playlist features.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice to have that here. Now, I understand why they wouldn't want to have that feature, but because it's going to create a lot of 24-hour broadcasts.
Well, they could put a limit on it. Just sort of like how all the other, YouTube, Facebook, and
it's not StreamYard that limits the amount of time that you can broadcast. It's the social network that does it.
Correct. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, why couldn't StreamYard just put that into their own system?
Well, they need to. That's one feature that they need. I mean, I don't think we need to see both views, but okay.
Yeah, the playlist. That's good. I agree.
It will load up. It will load up on for the Mars thing there. It'll load up next time, it said.
Oh, okay. Just checking something.
Excuse me.
I'm just checking something.
Yeah, I found my list.
Yeah, did you? Okay, good.
And my list today is, if you wouldn't mind bringing that up, Al.
Alrighty.
Because I'm loading.
There you go.
And it's not loading, of course.
I think I see which one you're talking about. The benefits of hemp seeds?
Yeah, but it's not loading for me.
Oh.
Okay, I'll try again. There's a reason why I chose this one, and once we get it to load, I will be happy to share that with you.
Yeah.
Might as well bring that down for now, Al, until this loads.
All righty.
I don't think it's going to load, to be honest with you. It doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it, no.
So, anyways, while this is loading, I'd like to know, before we even get to the news, what your thoughts are on what's going on. Oh, I've just timed out here, bud. So the website is not loading. What your thoughts on about what's going on with hemp down in the States? I mean,
my thoughts on that. That was one of the things that I'm going to discuss in the news. But
it's too important.
There's things that it doesn't affect, but obviously the majority big things that it does affect is when it comes to the products and the THC products,
CBD, and all
that stuff that's made from the hemp. That's huge decision that they went ahead and put in there, and it's going to affect a lot of people and a lot of businesses, a lot of patients.
Sure, it is, but they haven't done anything that we haven't already done here.
Huh?
They haven't done anything in the U.S. with this new law.
Yeah, we
have done here. The only difference really is they haven't banned it. They're controlling it.
In the U.S., they've got one year.
Here.
Oh, here. Yeah.
Here. I mean, but really, when you think about it, it's no different than what they've done in Canada. They've made hemp the same as cannabis so that they can control it, but it's not been banned.
No, they're going to shut down. They're going to shut down all the hemp products
in the States. Yes,
in the States.
Yeah.
Once the states have been doing this since the Farm Bill since 2018, and now they come around and decide that they're going to ban everything from that. The only thing that's going to be allowed to be sold is hemp seed, and I think the stock or something.
But yet RFK is pushing psychedelics.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it. My point is, Al, I'm seeing a lot of nasty posts about this ban. What did you expect? Okay. And I mean, they weren't going to leave it alone. But they decided here in Canada right off the bat that they were going to do what they were going to do all together, not like they're doing in the States, waiting. I mean, we're still waiting to find out what he has to say about cannabis.
Oh yeah, that's only going to be a couple weeks, and that was back in August, and still well. And I would think that this gives you a bit of an idea on what he might be doing with cannabis, is if he's gone at the hemp end of things.
You think?
Well, it's I've got just so you know, I do have in the news a bit of an update on that you might start to agree that if they're doing this, then why are they even going to be legalizing it?
Well, we don't even know if they're going to do that.
Well,
although there has been hints.
There's been hints, yeah.
There's been hints.
We'll let you know in a few weeks.
But there's been hints about other things too.
3 months later, we're still waiting.
It's all just a stall.
Yeah, it's just a carrot. That's all it is. It's just a carrot to hang.
But it's a stall. It's a stall, like so many other things that's going on. It's a stall to revert the attention to some nasty information that's just about to come out.
Oh, yeah.
So it's amusing to watch, but I mean, it's affecting us. It's affecting my family. I have lots of family in the U.S. And agree or disagree. You got 2 more years of this shit. So
3
more years of this shit.
3 more years.
Well, that's okay. We don't get an election this
minimum.
year either. So
yeah.
We
I've
won't
got
go there.
I've got a bit of an update on some cannabis and the things when it comes to the federal government down there in the news. We'll get to that in the news.
I just wanted to bring it up because
when
we start the show, there's so many things that are important enough to just bring up, but we usually forget.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Because if you notice,
it is important what he's gone and done with banning the hemp, and the fact that they just flipped it in there at the last minute into the
last week.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I think Friday, wasn't it?
Where was the discussion?
There's never any discussion, Al. It's this is what we're doing. When we were legalizing here in Canada, they said there was a discussion, and they even invited some of the some well-known community members to the conversation. Yeah. But then when it came right down to it, their part of the conversation was not even included in whatever
that's the thing. Exactly. It's more to make you feel like you've been part of it.
But then the opinions were of people or from people that don't even use cannabis, have never used cannabis in their lifetime. In law enforcement, you would think that a law enforcement chief would know the deal, but it's a product. It's not a plant. And what do you want, lady? You want to come in here? Do you?
I remember when they went around, they talked to the task force, went across the country. There was times where they talked with the compassion clubs that were established across the country.
Sure they did, before they raided them. We'd like to know your opinion. They asked a lot of people.
They did. Yeah. People could submit stuff and all that as well.
They even invited Jody and Mark Emery to the panel at one point many years ago.
Jody has a store. Or stores.
Jody is still out there.
Oh yeah.
Mark is not really.
No.
I'm sure he'll pop up eventually. But
I look at things as waves. We all come and go. They all come, and then it's slowly.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who have passed on in the community over the years, and then there's a lot of people who have just filtered off. Like look at look at how out there Matt Murnaugh was.
Yeah.
Where is he now? He's a farmer.
Yeah, he's living up
He's
north.
got a farm. He's living up north in Midwestern Ontario, and he's growing crops, and I think he's got some pigs and some other, you know.
He pops his head in every once in a while.
He does. Yes, he does.
Yeah. You'll see a like from him or something like that.
Mick Mann's another one. I just saw him say
Yeah.
something on LinkedIn, and I haven't seen him post a thing in a couple of years.
Yeah.
So you know,
I mean, we all come and go.
You don't see Amy posting much anymore.
Mm.
You know, there's a lot of people out there that carried on the conversation for a long time that are just, the voices are not there. So, like I said, some have passed
Well, you
on.
look at, as we've seen at the rallies.
The what?
The gatherings, because it's not even enough people to consider it a rally.
Well, the cops thought so last year. That was a good thing.
Yeah. There was more of them than there were.
There was.
Well, I was actually surprised last year that they actually followed us all the way through the march, because the previous year, that's when they came up to me and told me that there wasn't enough people for them to bother with to.
But what is enough people? That would be my comment to that. What is enough people? This is a protest. If 5 people show up, if 500 people, if 5,000 people, if 20,000 people like used to showed up, why would it matter?
Because we would all fit on the sidewalk that year.
Well, and this past year,
we did too.
Allison wasn't able to partake because her chair battery died.
Correct.
Which is weird, because every time I've gone and that we've gone as a thing, it's always been Allison out front.
Yeah. Unfortunately, her battery was acting up. It wouldn't hold.
Somebody forgot to charge it.
Something, and she couldn't do it be at the front of the march, but
then when everybody came back, she was still scooting around.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, but it would have taken probably a lot more power to go around the march. Right?
But Amy was there, and Neve and all those other people that.
There was a few old timers like us that were there, but there was a lot.
Don't say that, like us.
It was the Greyhead Festival.
It was, wasn't it? When I started doing this, I had a full head of hair, and
same.
And it was dark.
Yeah.
Now Santa's starting to appear again.
Did your did your list ever load?
No.
Okay. All right.
I wish it had, because it's a good list.
Yeah.
You might be able to find it in the list, actually, if you want to go into the Hi Guys News and Stuff. The saved list, it's in there. Awkward pause.
Yes.
I'll see what else I
my
have.
Facebook page went to load, and it says something went wrong. And it's
Yeah, I think the cold is affecting everything.
Like even my messages won't come.
Let's just sit here and smoke pot and cough at each other. There are 3 potheads watching this right now.
Is it?
Yes.
Good.
Me and you and one other.
Oh, that's 3 of us. Which list? I'm seeing Dr. Pickle.
That's the first one? Yes. It's down the list a little ways. Past Lake Superior thing. It's
every hemp plant in the country.
Welcome to our show.
Yeah. I'm at the beginning. I'm at the beginning of November.
I start talking like Bobcat.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing a list.
It just says five or six reasons hemp seeds.
Oh, hemp seeds.
Yeah.
I saw that in the preview window when you had it opened earlier.
Yeah, now I can't find it.
Oh. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. I'm not. No. Not there. So, okay. Well, maybe next week. What you got there? That's still out there, eh? Below? Should we put on some music? Like some background music? Oh, we don't have any.
Some loading music.
Some loading music,
yes. Can you open my screen for me, please?
Yeah. Who's this guy?
When you eat your floppies, do you eat the red ones last? Do you suck them very slowly or punch them very fast? Eat that candy-coated chocolate, but tell me when I ask. When you eat your floppies, do you eat the red ones last?
Yes, I
When
do.
you eat your floppies, do you eat the red ones last? Do you suck it very slowly or punch them very fast? Eat that candy-coated chocolate, but tell me when I ask. When you eat your floppies, do you eat the red ones last?
Now get that out of your fucking head.
No, I don't. No, I don't eat the red ones last. It's been a long time.
I used to just because of that song. That's from like the 70s or 80s.
At least, yeah. 60s, maybe.
But most, the kids today, they don't know that song.
Know they?
I have not heard it in 30 years.
Yeah.
They don't play the retro commercials anymore.
No, eh?
I've just lost my lighter, Al.
Did you? Why?
I'm yeah. What happened?
I shared a memory this morning, and it had the 1-year memory of the dewdrop.
Has it been a year already?
Yeah, that I got from Dave. And I thought, wow, I thought the same thing. Has it been a year already?
Well, you know what? I just I posted this morning a memory of the camper when I bought all the stuff for the skirting.
Oh, yes.
And then Tim and I did that. But it was 5 years ago already.
Yeah.
I've been here 3 years July, Al. This past July already. And then I was in the apartment for a year, about a year, I guess, before I moved up here. Between the farm and while I was looking at places. No, it wasn't that long. It wasn't a year.
It was a while.
Yeah, it was. It was a while ago.
Yeah.
I missed that place because I really I did what I wanted to do. Yeah. There was no real stress there at all. Right.
All right. I've got a question for you.
Do I have an answer?
We'll find out.
What are you smoking?
Funny you ask.
All right.
I have my I got a big bag like I like the big bag o' bud, which is that a combo and half of this and a half of that. It's an ounce, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And I was gifted quite a bit of shatter. And I have a question for you during our cooking segment. I got quite a bit of shatter, and I was told the strain, but now of course, it's gone now. But yeah. So, what are you smoking?
I'm still smoking this. I've had it for so long now, I forgot what it was. It's a gelato. See,
You notice this is
the name of the product on the pen.
You do notice the title of the show, right?
Yeah, exactly. One of these days, I'll maybe next show, I'll crack this open.
You still have that?
Yeah.
So, anyways, I got shatter aplenty for my shatterizer.
Got
And
my shatterizer right here.
I've been looking at other things to do with it. So we'll talk about that during the cooking segment, though.
All right. Right now, I got some. It's loose.
I should break out the
I don't want to drop it.
Oh, is this your butter that you got?
Some rosin I got, yeah.
Oh, rosin. Yeah. That looks more like a butter, though, Al.
It's black lime is what it is.
Ooh, yummy.
Yummy. Yes, correct. And then I got some papaya over here. It's just this. You can see it there, right? Nice and light.
Our regulars haven't showed up yet.
No,
where's Buddy?
I don't
Buddy
know.
Weeds, where are you?
Yeah. Buddy was out and about last night. We had Cindy.
Yeah, it's a shame that didn't work out so well.
Yes.
But I'm sure you can get I'm sure you can get a copy of it, and we can.
She has informed me that she will get a copy that's available, and we will run it in its entirety.
There you go.
Right.
What's going on is Cindy, one of Al's hosts, has started doing lectures on magic mushrooms and other healing things.
Yeah. Psychedelics. Last night, I could hear it, but nobody else could.
You know what?
Buddy Weeds, I wouldn't have known, because Buddy Weeds was the one who spoke up and said, "Hey, can you turn the volume up, please?"
I've had that, as you know, I've had that happen on the Saturday reroll a few times.
Yeah. And
you know what? Hey,
I couldn't solve it. Even stuck the microphone in front of the speaker here, for my sound. So, okay, well, I'll see if I can stream it back through the system. None of that would work.
Okay, so where your issue is in the settings of StreamYard, and when you have the anti-echo on, it cuts all of that stuff out, so you don't hear anything from somebody in the room, across the room, or whatever. You only hear voices. Okay, you won't hear any music or anything, and yeah, so that was your issue. That's why. If you had unmuted or unchecked the background sounds,
okay, in the settings,
the sound would have carried.
I went into settings to make sure that the mic, everything was all set properly.
It's that one setting, Al.
It's that one button, eh?
It's that one button. You see, because I can sit here and I can play stuff on the computer, and you won't be able to hear it unless I shut that off. Then that, like when you came in and I was listening to music, right?
Yeah,
that's right there.
No, I thought Cindy did a great job. Yeah, she talked all about different psychedelics that she's
been lecturing for a while, but this was her first official.
Yeah, this is her first seminar that she had. Like, she had, there was a good amount of people that were there. They took the camera and turned it around. You could see the people there.
She was there live?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, in a hall with people there, and then
in Halifax, right?
Yeah, and then they streamed it put it onto Zoom, and then that's what I picked it up off of and shared it to the screen. Was the Zoom call, and oh, it was good. Did lots of information. Was asked a lot of questions, and in the beginning, I think she was probably a little nervous. I talked.
Well, it was her first major thing, yeah.
Yeah, and it didn't take her long because she first started to settle down. Because in the beginning, she talked about herself, and once I found that once she went from that and into the psychedelics end of things, that it was as if she stepped on the gas pedal, and really, talked really well. And
well, you know what? It's like you with cannabis and stuff like that. You've been doing that for so long. It's a fluid subject, and that it becomes a fluid subject no matter. But I mean, I've been doing podcasts, I guess you could call them, since before we even knew what a podcast was. I mean, a podcast to me is an audio tape or an audio recording that you can listen to later or on demand. That's a podcast to me. We've always formatted our stuff as a radio format, which
there wasn't video even available at that
there was
time.
no video back then. We did at least, I'd say at least 5 or 6. What was the how many years? 12th Karma Cup this year?
14. I'm not sure.
But we started doing, Al and I started doing the Karma Cups together.
Yeah, walking around the event.
There's probably been at least 8 years worth. At least.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then I was doing it with others before Al and I started working together. So
yeah, and it was more like, it was like you were thinking, I got someone who can do this full time for me. Wow, holy smokes, just cover a lot of stuff. And yeah, we just hit it off.
Well, I mean, the first thing that I covered was treating yourself.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was the last Freedom Festival at Queen's Park.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
And so it was the Global Marijuana March / Freedom Festival, and it was the last time that they were allowed to put a big stage up, and they had bands. There was some big groups. I can't remember who. It was a long time ago.
I could probably find it in my other computer because I wrote.
Well, I have pictures. I have pictures. The picture I post of a lot of people standing around and really smoky is from that, right?
Yeah,
I met Marco there, not for the first time, but we sat and hung out with Marco. I met what's the Time for Hemp guy?
Oh, Casper.
I met Casper for the first time. I had known Neve and Amy and Allison for a while, but it was a different time.
Yeah, for sure.
Different time. I mean, a lot like we said at the top of this conversation, a lot of people are gone, have passed away, or they're just trickled out of the community. Look at John. Okay, John.
You fell?
Huh? From Skunk.
Regardless. Yeah.
He was a huge, and Julie, who is still around, a huge entity in the cannabis community for many, many years, being the owner and the editor of Skunk Magazine, which was the Canadian version of High Times, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's now a restaurant owner. He doesn't do anything in the community at all anymore.
Yep. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There's lots of people they've just moved on. Life. There's curves and stuff, and some people go and do things for so long, or people move on to different interests.
A lot of the new people, I don't know.
Either do I. Either do I. I don't know them either.
Somebody says, "Oh, I just heard a great speech from so and so at so and so." Is like, huh?
Exactly.
I know that. I mean, even Rick Simpson is still around, still alive, still kicking. He's very, very out there still. More so now than the past few years. He's been posting stuff again, but he's not really out there much, other than speaking engagements. Really, I don't think he's all that well, to be honest. But
I see posts in my news feed.
Yeah.
I've
had the privilege of having him on the show, on the 420 radio show, a few times.
Yeah.
And he's not a big deal. He doesn't think he's a big deal. He's just an old man who figured out how to process something to help save his life. And then he told people about it.
Yeah, I know exactly what he means. Yeah, exactly.
So,
all right, time for us to move on.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, yes, it's that time. Alrighty, recipe time. What we got? I have got a beverage.
A beverage?
That's right. We've got a beverage. This comes to me from 41 Cannabis, which is located north of Kildare, just like an hour from me. And they have a thing called a New Year's Punch. And their ingredients.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Huh? Yes, that's right. New Year's. It's getting that time. I've been busy doing stuff for Christmas. So
already, did you put your tree up yet?
No, thanks. No, not yet. All right. These ingredients for this beverage for New Year's is 1 large bag of ice. Now, 5 cups of 100% cranberry juice, and not the cocktail. Okay, there's a difference.
Actual cranberry juice.
1 bottle of sparkling white grape juice, or lemon lime pop. 2 cups of apple cider. Now they recommend one or 2 cans of Sweet Justice cranberry ginger ale or Sweet Justice OG ginger ale, and they are infused beverages by that company called Sweet Justice. But I'm going to say you might be able to get any other ginger ale, whatever, infused ginger ale to use if you don't have Sweet Justice. 2 oranges, thinned slightly into rounds, and 1 cup of fresh cranberries. So they say that what you got to do is make sure that all the ingredients are well chilled. Fill a large bowl with ice, top with cranberry juice, the sparkling grape, as well as the apple cider, and your infused beverages, your infused ginger ales. Put them in there. Stir gently to combine, because I would imagine if you stirred vigorously, there might be an issue because it's just that pop, right? Top with orange slices.
Well, yeah, you'd lose carbonation if you did that.
Yeah, correct, exactly. So yeah, there's not a lot to the recipe. And
this sounds exactly like the recipe that my mom used to make with alcohol.
Yeah, and this is just making it with
cannabis
beverages, right? That's all. Here, I'm just going to drop the recipe in there in the chat so everybody can see it. New Year's Eve punch. There we go. All right, now with your New Year's Eve punch, you need something to munch with it, I think. something to help wash it down, or to cause you to wash it down. And what I've got for that, I don't know whether I haven't heard you complain about this stuff, so we'll see what happens. And this is coming to me from Herb Co. And what it is Canna chocolate biscotti. What do you think of biscottis?
You know what? I'm not a big fan of biscotti.
Aren't you? Oh, well, sorry, man, but maybe others are. They say it's hard not to like these Canna chocolate biscottis, but it sounds like Al isn't a spaghetti fan. Right.
It's not. I'm not into the vegetables and that they put in them.
Oh, okay.
Not
All
really
right.
into it.
Well, let's find out what they've got in here. And they say they got 1 3/4 cups of all-purpose flour, a 1/4 cup of unseasoned cocoa powder, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 3/4 of a teaspoon of salt, 4 tablespoons can butter, 4 tablespoons regular butter. I'm going to suggest use both, or use the can of butter for both of them, but each to their own. 3/4 cup of granulated sugar, 2 large eggs, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract, 1 cup of semi-chocolate or semi-sweet chocolate chips, 4 tablespoons of chopped pecans, and 2 tablespoons of chopped pita
And a partridge in a pear.
What vegetable don't you like? The pits, the pitas, or pecans are nuts.
Well, this is different than I've seen. It's usually like tomatoes and.
Oh yeah, that's the one I know. I completely agree with you. That's the one
This is more of a cookie.
This it looks like a bread is what I was thinking.
Yeah. But it's chocolate nuts and stuff and eggs and that's different.
Crap.
So I've not seen that. I might like that actually.
Maybe. So you got to turn the oven up to 340, and in a large bowl combine the flours, the cocoa powder, the baking soda, and the salt. And in an electric mixer, beat the butters, sugar, and the eggs for 2 minutes. Add the vanilla and add the flours to the egg mixture and stir to combine. Then you get to add the chocolate, dates, and pecan to the dough and mix well. So dough, there you go. Divide into 3 pieces and roll each piece into 6-inch logs.
Oh, okay. So this is instead of bread.
Yeah.
Okay.
Place a sheet of parchment on a baking sheet. Place the 3 logs of dough on the baking sheet. Flatten it a bit and bake for 28 minutes. Allow it to cool. When cool, carefully cut the rolls on the diagonal into 1/2-inch slices. Well, they say lower the oven to 325 and bake the individual slices on both sides for 6 minutes. So yeah, it's like a bread, eh? There you go.
Huh.
There's a picture of it. Chocolate just oozing out of it.
Huh. That might be yummy.
That might be yummy. Exactly.
With some actual butter on it, some can of butter.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put that in the menu or in the chat. There we go. The recipe is in. How come it didn't go out?
Feels like we're talking to ourselves today.
Yeah? No. Someone's watching. I see that. And for those who, one of them's at the website. Watching from the website. All right. So there you go. Recipes. Both of them are in the chat. It's a New Year's punch, as well as the can of chocolate biscotti.
That might be good together.
Yeah, exactly. I could have gone the other way, talked about the biscotti, and then used the drink to wash it down with. Right? But all righty. That's the recipes for today. And
so I got a question for you.
Sure.
as far as cooking goes.
Yeah, that's right. You did.
I have seen several recipes that contain shatter in their recipe. And of course, there's a very popular shatter bar that you can get here in Canada, in Ontario, anyways. And it's basically different flavors of chocolate infused with shatter. And this question, I was asked a question: if you can cook with shatter, or do you have to prep? And so I found out that if you're going to cook with shatter, you're wasting it if you don't decarb it beforehand.
Oh, it won't decarb. Oh, yeah.
Well, shatter's not decarb.
I don't cook. I don't cook with shatter, but I understand where you're coming from.
So I might try and make something.
Yeah,
maybe some shatter ice cream or something.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, that sounds yummy.
I wish I could remember the flavor. I hate that. So, what strain's this? I like it. It's like, my
Well, that's how we started the show, remember?
all the plants I have downstairs that I've moved downstairs, okay, haven't been labeled, so I have no idea what I'm growing. I mean, I know what strains I have, but I don't know which plant is which because my helper at the time and didn't label as I asked. So it's going, but you know what? I've always been one of, even though I like to know the strain because then I can get it again.
Crap.
If I like it, it really doesn't matter what strain it is because if I like it, I'll smoke it. If I don't like it, I'll mix it with something else.
Yeah, it's having the access to get it again. Knowing what you had, that's
everything. There's a skunk #1, and there's a probably a purple octane #2, because I had 2 of those.
Yeah. Well, if you I've done in the past. Yeah, I've had a couple of times where something didn't get labeled, and if it survived the cut to make it on to the next stage of its life, then it becomes down to confirming it when it bloomed.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, I know what I like, and if I like it, does it really matter what it's called?
No. That's like my friend Bob. He just calls everything he has the good stuff.
Weed.
Yeah.
What are you smoking? Weed.
The good stuff. No.
I don't know. Like we've discussed.
No, just so you know, the last time I spoke to him, you've met Bob because he was involved in the Karma Cup.
Bob.
He was the older fellow that was at the
Wosley?
table. No, you wouldn't know him. His last name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was at the Karma Cup when we did the judging on the deck.
Okay.
That's the only time you would have met him. That was it. Yeah. So you didn't ever.
There's a lot of Bobs.
He's 80. And the last time I was talking to him, I asked him how his crop was, and he says, "It's not strong enough."
You've been growing how long?
Oh, I don't know, 30 years, I guess, somewhere in there.
And do you find a difference in what was and what is?
What was and what is
strain wise? There are heritage strains. Like you have a heritage strain that you've been growing for a long time.
Yeah.
Right. Now, does that compare to new stuff?
Oh, that way. Well, my friend Bob, his what he grew was new to him. As far as I know, I would say it is newer stuff. It's not. I don't know of it as being a legacy style strain. So,
like everything I grew this year, regardless of the amount I got, was just stuff that I picked up on the res.
Okay.
Down south.
Yeah.
So, and you saw them; they were quite healthy.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. The I have bought, in the last few years, seeds, and grew them.
I bought, when I was at the farm, I was growing stuff that I got from what's that? I can't remember the name of the dispensary there on the res in Alderville, but they put out a tent. Leafly? No, not Leafly.
No.
But anyways, they put a few of the places in Alderville put out a tent.
Okay.
Right, and you can go and buy your clones there, and they, the stuff I had at the farm going that first year was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I got a few pounds.
Yeah, and it's. You wish you did that again.
I didn't, as I said, I didn't even get an ounce this year, but
yeah.
If it wasn't for the fact that I have all the tops still.
Yeah, I had a friend that had 2 plants, and she told me she got 3 ounces of the 2 plants.
Well, I mean, technically, you can get a couple of ounces off each plant if it's the right strain and you figure out what you're doing.
Oh yeah.
That's an average, is a couple of pounds, is it not?
Huh?
You can average about 2 pounds a plant.
You can, some depends on a lot of conditions. Some people are happy if they get a pound a plant.
Well, like last year, I had big fucking honking tops.
Yeah.
All sativa, but there was only 1 or 2 stalks, and then this year, everything just. It was a fucked up year for I mean, we didn't even have any berries this year. So,
Yeah.
I think I think a lot of people felt it. You had a good season.
I had a good season. Yeah. Yeah. So that's good. I'm glad and there's years where myself and others, patients struggle for cannabis. As you're talking yourself, got 1.5 ounces or whatever off this year. And then there's other years where, things come up good.
Cool. Like the first year I was here, I got a couple of pounds.
Yeah.
At the farm, I got a couple of pounds, and it's just like,
and did you do
now
anything?
I can't get fuck all.
Yeah. Did you do anything different that you know?
No, it's the weather. It's absolutely the weather.
Weather.
I mean, when did it was the first week in August that I came back.
Yeah.
And they went into the window because it was still too cold.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
So the first year I got here in July and I put them right out. And they did really well, but then they started it started getting really cold, so I got the greenhouse.
Right.
And they finished off nice. I think it was a combination of I topped them too late because the minute I topped them, they went into bud.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I topped them too late. And then the weather kicked in. I mean, it was 20 Celsius 2 weeks ago here.
Oh, not here.
No, but you get what I mean. Like it was nice out, 14, 15, 18. It's 5 right now. It's dropping down to 6 or 7 at night.
-6 or 7.
-6 or 7. Yep.
Yeah.
But it's a constant 18, 19 downstairs in the grow room. I have one of the thermostat thingies down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
all righty. Time
Next.
for us to move on. And it's time for the
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
all right.
Tell me.
Tell you what's next for the hemp in the USA. This comes from is that right? All right. Now, what do they say here? Now, this bill included.
They say
the language that will ban the unregulated sale of intoxicating hemp-based products such as those containing Delta 8 and Delta 10 THC.
So
THC,
let's just reiterate for a sec. This is a banning, not a legalization or you're allowed to use it. This is a no.
This is a no, correct. No,
There's
you're
a
not
no.
allowed to have this.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are products that contain Delta 8, Delta 10 THC, THCO, THCP, and HHC. And they are naturally, they say that while hemp is naturally low in these cannabinoids, they can be created through manipulating CBD derived from legal hemp, and products have proliferated throughout the country. And let's just say passing the bill gravely threatens the huge industry that has sprung up around hemp. But it's a year before the language goes into effect, right? So it's there, but it takes a year before it'll come into effect. And what that does is what they're saying is it won't go down without a fight, and the industry is scrambling to work on this to come up with a plan. They say that the ban would impact more than 95% of all extract products. And while it does allow sale of products with less than 0.4 milligrams of THC per container, those niche items are very rare. So what will happen is everything will go back to the black market.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's never left the black market.
Yeah, exactly.
But, the difference between the black market and the legal market is there's control there. And when I say control, I mean there's control, but the control of what is used. I mean, we don't want to be using stuff that's going to, in the end, kill you.
No, correct.
But by the same token, how long have we been getting bags from Buddy down the road and not even knowing how it was grown or where it came from?
Oh,
but
decades.
You liked it, so you bought it anyways.
Decades and decades.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know people who will not smoke anything that they have not grown because they choke.
Right. Oh yeah.
Right.
But yet, the hemp ban does not affect foods made from hemp seed or the fiber.
They just want to control the CBD and other
cannabinoids. Correct. Yeah.
Or as our friend out east says, cannabinoids.
Cannabinoids. All right. Now another one that I've got here, which is we were talking a bit about earlier, and this is coming to me from Normal out in the U.S. And there's a U.S. district attorney from Wyoming. He says his office will rigorously prosecute minor cannabis possession violations on federal lands. So if you've got a joint and you're on federal land, you could be busted.
Yep. And what they're trying to do there is they're trying to control who uses cannabis in reservations, not reservations, conservative parks and conservatory parks and other state land. Like you can't go into a park here in Canada and use cannabis.
Your provincial park?
Yeah.
Oh,
Most of the provincial parks I've been into have a no cannabis policy or a no smoking policy.
I know private parks that I've been to that they have cannabis policies and they tell you to keep it on site, just like alcohol.
Yeah.
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 Now,
I'm sure there's lots of places. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, if you go to a KOA
right
park, you can't. I'll say this differently. When I went down east and to Harvest Fest, Mary Jane was there that year as well as and she brought her kids and her boyfriend at the time, and they camped in one of the larger parks, family camping grounds, and almost instantly she was told she was not allowed to consume cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
And that she had to do it in a way that nobody could see her do it, i.e. in your trailer.
Yeah. How long ago was that? Just out of curiosity. And again, was it after legalization? That's all. And I can see private.
It was before.
Before. Well, that'd be why there. But I can see private parks, all that stuff. It's up to the park.
The park there in Campbellford that I've been to, we've smoked in there.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody said anything.
Yeah. Garfield was stopping in. Okay. As far as this continues, it says that there was a memo issued by U.S. Attorney General Smith. The Justice Department has rescinded previous guidance that directed U.S. attorneys not to prosecute those simple cannabis possessions. And they said that the administration thinks that cannabis use is a public safety hazard, and this office is going to uphold the law and ensure safety and security of the public within our.
Yet you can drink your face off in a boat on a beach.
Yeah. It says that the detrimental effects of drugs on our society are undeniable. I am committed to using every prosecutorial tool available to hold offenders accountable. And it says that the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Wyoming remains steadfast in its mission to uphold the rule of law, including the enforcement of federal statutes prohibiting the possession of cannabis and other substances. So,
well, we're going backwards now. For a long time, everybody, not everybody, but some of the conversation has been, they wouldn't reverse things, would they? They are.
Yeah.
God forbid it happens here.
Look what happened in Thailand. It bounced back and forth.
Now you can get shot and killed for having it.
Yeah. That's just, people have, right?
Well, they get the death penalty.
Yeah. Singapore.
You remember the movie Midnight Express?
Mm-hmm. I didn't watch it, but yeah, I know the movie.
Midnight Express was about a gentleman who went to Turkey and got caught leaving the country with hash strapped all over him.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Hay. Billy. Ooh, I should know his last name. Billy Hayes. Billy Hayes? Anyways, I should know his name because I've followed him on Facebook for a long time. He ended up doing a very long stretch in a Turkey jail after being charged with life, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And ended up, with the help of the Canadian embassy, escaping the jail, and then they were able to bring him back home. Now, here's the thing. This was a movie. and based on a true story. The reason they punished him so harshly, it wasn't his first time. And I just recently, over the last few years, found this out because he's released his memoirs and stuff, right? And he's actually made a documentary about the movie. So I just found that interesting that, you know, and you know, we've had smugglers on 420 show. We've had
I went and watched one speak at an event in Hamilton.
I've had Robert Platt, before he passed away, I had Robert Platzhorn on the show very, very many times. And he was an original member of the Black Tuna Gang.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And for those who don't know what that is they used to bring bricks, like bales, hay bale size bricks of cannabis and throw them out of planes just off the coast of Miami. And they would float in and people would get them on the beach. But they didn't get caught much because they looked like black tuna swimming along in the water to the Coast Guards. Now it's different.
Yeah.
Right. We have imaging and stuff like that. But this was in the 70s and 80s. Right.
Yeah.
And then we had some brothers that, you know, so I mean, I don't like going backwards, dude.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Same.
I mean, it's not gonna change cannabis as far as it's not gonna change. You know, like they're saying less young people are going for cannabis, and then they say less young people are drinking and they're using cannabis, and that's a good thing. And it's like, if you want to smoke pot, go ahead and fucking smoke pot. You want to eat it, eat it. You want to do mushrooms, do mushrooms. You want to do DMT or other drugs, you go ahead and do that. That's your human right. You know?
All right, we got to move on.
No, I don't want to.
It is time for sports. I've got two stories on sports. That's right. One story is about these baseball players from the Cleveland Guardians.
Oh.
Two baseball players, pitchers. They've been charged with taking bribes to rig pitches for bettors.
No.
Yeah, top charges carry a potential jail term of up to 20 years.
Yeah, and this is something that has not just started. This has been going on. They're just catching them now.
Yeah, they caught him.
Look at what's his name? What was the name of the baseball player that was notorious for gambling on games and fixing games?
Rose.
Pete Rose. That's correct. Yes, and he was historically one of the best players out there.
Yeah. These guys, they are helping bettors in Dominican Republic win in-game prop bets on pitch speed and outcome by throwing certain pitches slower and down in the dirt well out of the strike zone. Both pitchers have been on non-disciplinary leave since July when Major League Baseball investigated it. Because what it said was unusually high in-game betting activity when they pitched.
Well, I hope Alexandro isn't doing that.
Yeah. It says here, betting scams have been a long concern for professional sports league, but as U.S. Supreme Court ruling in 2018 led to a wave of gambling incidents involving athletes and officials. The ruling struck down a federal law that barred sports betting in most states and opened the doors for online sports books.
There's a lot of booking now. I mean, it used to be you had to go down to Bobby down the road there.
Yeah.
You know, now you just pick up your phone and bet. But at least they say, please bet responsibly now.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. All righty. Well, I thought I had some scores here for us, but hang on. Maybe I do. Maybe I
Don't
do.
talk to me about scores until spring.
Oh yeah. What do we got? Monday's finals in hockey. We got Sabres 5-1 over the Oilers. 8-5 Panthers over Canucks. 3-1 for the Hurricanes over the Bruins. Blue Jackets beat the Canadians 4-3. Capitals over the Kings 2-1, and the Ducks beat the Mammoth 3-2. There you go. Some hockey scores. Done. Sports are all
Thanksgiving
over.
weekend down in the States, I think, isn't it?
What's that?
Is it Thanksgiving week that down in the States this week, isn't it?
I believe so. Could be, yeah.
It doesn't none my the
calendar doesn't
new,
say
the
that.
new desk calendar that I have here does not. It says Martin Luther King. Oh, this is January. Never mind. I have a new calendar, but it doesn't start until January.
All
so
right.
It's here.
All right.
It's here, and it'll be all.
Oh yeah.
By January. Yeah.
Fun. Yeah, I'm just looking here on my phone. It doesn't have any holidays listed. So. Alrighty. From sports, it's time to move on to. Alrighty. I've got a couple events. What do we got? Radical Femmes. That's going on tomorrow night in Toronto. Toronto Holiday Networking. Empowering women in cannabis through connections and celebration, they say.
Woohoo!
And then
That's been going on. They've had that on for a while.
Yes, they have. Yeah, exactly. Let's see what it says here. If there's any more information, I'm just pulling it up. It says celebrate women in cannabis, an inspiring afternoon of connections and collaboration. The Radical Femmes Toronto Holiday Network event unites women and allies in the cannabis industry for meaningful conversation, community building, professional growth. Highlights include a 3-hour in-person networking event, curated gift bags for attendees, engaging discussions on women's empowerment in cannabis, and light food and drinks provided. So that's what's going on there. And let me just back that up. Let's see. On the 25th, Cannabis Health Symposium. And this is in the UK. So if you're in the UK, you can head to there. And there is Elevate 2025. That's also on the 25th. That is a Cannabis Retailers Summit. And I am going to bring up some information on that. This was the event that MJ sent our way. And here it goes. The Elevate Cannabis Retail Summit. It's the only conference hosted by cannabis retailers, November the 25th, 10 till 6. And that is in Etobicoke at the Mirage Banquet and Convention Center.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah, I think I've been there.
Seriously, I've been there. That's where my boss had our Christmas party every year.
Oh, yes. So there's presentations, networking, meet industry leaders, meet the brands, and social responsibility speakers. David Lobo from the Ontario Cannabis Store, Jazz Demir, Sarah England, and others.
Yeah, as I just said, I don't know anybody. None. Not one person. Just keep going. Let's see.
Just keep going, eh?
Nope. No. Oh, Katie.
Katie Perry, you would know.
Yeah.
There you go.
That I don't know anybody else.
No, eh? All right. That was MJ sent that to us. There we go. You got any events, anything in entertainment you want to mention? New series that you got going on television? We got 10 minutes.
Skiing opens soon.
If roll our snow melted.
My boy just liked our show. Hello,
Did
David,
he?
if you're listening. David has moved into his own place.
Has he?
So he's been having fun setting up his apartment.
Good.
And he sends videos and pictures and stuff. Exciting but scary. Kelly is a little bit, like she's really empty nested again, right? Because Emily's living with her dad now, and David's moved into his own apartment, so it's just her and Puff Dog. So
yeah, that's it,
I don't know if she likes him much anymore, but we're together 24/7, dude. So
yeah, well,
but I'm happy for him. I'm proud of him.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, exactly. That's the next step in life, right?
Emily is still very sick, unfortunately. She's in and out of the hospital every week. She's back in the hospital now.
Yeah, he must be working full time and all that to be able to afford a place on his own.
He's working 40 hours a week. He's working at a grocery store for 40 hours a week and enjoys it.
Good.
So it's a starter. It's a starter life for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I remember my first apartment.
So do I.
Was on Ronsonsville.
Oh, mine was in Camelford on the side of a body shop.
I lived above the record store on Ronsonsville near Dundas. And I loved that area. Hungarian restaurant, a lot of Hungarian people down there. The building was owned by a cop.
I had an apartment in Camelford and I rented a room in Toronto at the same time. My first place.
For what, to go back and forth?
Yeah, I had to come back and forth. My son at that time. And so he was up here and I rented a room in Toronto through the week and came home on the weekends to be with him.
My mom did that. She was when she was still teaching, she was a vice principal. She had a house that she built near Shelburne. And she was there on the weekends and during the holidays. And she had an apartment on Avenue Road in the city because she was still working in the city.
Yeah.
And so to offset, she had a roommate so that they basically had the apartment. Most of the time she wasn't home. Right.
Yeah. No, the room rental, they only charged me $15.
Oh, well,
a week for the room. And that was, this is going back like 1979.
Yeah. So I was going to say 70.
I was making $3 an hour.
I worked at Kingsall. I made $4.50 an hour. Kingsall was one of the largest outdoor stores in the city of Toronto, beside the Big Bop on Queen Street.
Yeah, no. I was
$4.50 an hour. I made $10 an hour bouncing.
Did you?
Yeah, that was good back then.
Yeah. Well, I had a good wage, I thought, when I left work before I got disabled, and now it's not even equal to the minimum wage. So
my cousin who worked for a Mopar store, an auto parts store, didn't like the fact that I was only making $4.50 an hour at Kingsall, and he offered me a job doing the stock and stuff like that at the store on Parliament. So my wage went from $4.50 to $6.50.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, big raise at that time. I was
that was a good raise. Yeah.
I was working for an auto company at that time in my traveling days, and I worked at a packaging company for Chrysler, and most of the people who worked there were females, and they would package, the little pieces.
They
and
work on
stuff.
the line. Yeah.
Correct, right? And the guys were hired to do a lot of the heavier work, and that's what I was hired to do. I had to take I had a skid, an empty skid, and beside it was a full skid. I had to take the box from the full skid and put it on the empty skid. And then I had to put a Chrysler sticker over the Volkswagen sticker.
And then wrap them again.
And then do that till the skid was full and then wrap them.
My first job was I worked for Peter Pockington at Elgin Ford in Toronto.
Oh, wow. He's the former owner of the Edmonton Oilers. Back in the Gretzky days.
He was the owner when I worked for him.
Yeah.
And that was my first job, delivering auto parts. I had an auto parts was an auto parts driver. I did that for 4 different companies.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I didn't deliver auto parts. I delivered humans back to their homes, working for a dealership. They would come in and want the car repaired, and I would take them home and go get them and bring them back.
I bought a full Techniques stereo system with my first paycheck.
Did you?
Yep, I did. Yep.
I probably bought diapers.
Yeah, I didn't have that problem. At least that I know of.
Yeah. Hey, he's 47 years old. So now. All righty, what we got? 5 more minutes. Finish up. What's in store this week?
Not much. I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And
I got to I'm looking after puppies this week. Yeah, as soon as we're done here, when we get done here, I gotta go let the puppies out. My daughter's
the puppies that I met that pissed on my foot.
The 2 of them?
Yeah.
Were you here then? The 2 puppies? A white one?
They rushed Rose. We were all kind of like,
yeah. Well, they are as big as Tessa now.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah. Well, it's been a few months. Yeah.
Yeah, and
they're bull mastiff. They're mastiffs, aren't they?
Part mastiffs, correct. Yeah. The other half is a
Rose
dog as well. And it's
Rose doesn't get along very well with other dogs, and when I was there, I had Rose with me, and Al's daughter didn't realize that we were doing a show, and she let the puppies out, and they ran over, pissed on my foot, and said hi to Rose, and then just left, and we were both like, because we thought, we were like, oh fuck.
Yeah, that's when we were on the front deck. Yeah, exactly. So, but they're just so big, and
they're a big dog.
Yeah, and they're, what do you call it? Sort of, they haven't learned control yet.
Clumsy.
Right? Clumsy. Correct. Yeah, clumsy.
They trip over their feet, I'm sure.
Ears are flopping all over the place and all that stuff. Yeah.
I miss having a big dog like that, though. I mean, Rose is what I call a large medium dog. She's an average dog size.
Yeah.
But Buster, you met Buster.
Yeah, I met Buster.
He was a big boy. He was your Scooby-Doo variety. Oh boy, was he ever. I've actually been thinking of what strain of dog I'm going to get next.
Yeah, strain of dog. Yeah. I don't know. We'll get another dog after Tessa.
You said that after your other dog died.
And we waited 2 years before we got her, and look what we got. So, yeah, I don't. If anything, if I hedge on that, it might be a small dog. But
I
it would have
like
to be
your dog.
it
I've
would have-
slept with your dog.
Yeah, yeah. I have to kick her out of the bed every time I go to bed at night.
She wouldn't leave me alone on the couch when I stayed in Campbellford.
Yeah. She's a bed warmer.
Wasn't Campbellford, was it?
Marmor. Yeah. I knew what you meant. So.
Holy.
Oh,
My lungs have to get used to shatter again.
Bit of a bite to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. It bothers me that I don't know what it is. It's very uplifting. It's not a downer. It's
Yeah.
nice. So I've been doing slickers, of course. I find it interesting that young people ask me, what else can I do with shatter? How else can I use it? Can I cook with it? They don't know. They don't know.
Hey, Garfield.
Is it what? Oh, your cat.
Cat, yeah, he's waiting for me to let him out.
Yeah, Rose and Ding Dong will be waiting for me to feed them lunch.
Yeah, I gotta let the puppies out, and then come out and take Tessa for a walk and have some
Does
lunch.
Tessa get along with the puppies?
Oh yeah.
So you can let them all out and play together and stuff?
Yeah.
See, I miss that. I can't do that with Rose. She instantly goes into attack mode, as you know. Because Al knows because he's gone after his dog.
And I won't take the three of them out together by myself.
That'd be a little crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Did they run around off leash?
Yeah. If I won't do that by myself, but like if my daughter and stuff like that, their end of the family is with them, then
will they
the dogs are more apt to come back to them versus they won't come back to me.
Will they? Well, yeah, because that's command right there, right? But
yeah, correct.
Will they go after deer?
Don't know that yet.
They haven't been down there.
They will wander. We know that. But as far as going after the deer, we don't know. I know with Tessa, she's looked at them, all that stuff.
She doesn't go after them?
I haven't seen her go after them, no. She did walk forward one day, and I said, and
she's pretty, unlike Rose, she's pretty obedient. Although, when it comes to push and shove, it's that tone that and she'll stop dead in her fucking tracks.
Yeah.
Right. Where unfortunately though, but if there's another dog, I don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Language.
I don't exist. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's, I've been out there even with Tessa, and all of a sudden she just ran. And one time we saw the porcupine, so I'm just yelling at her to stop, and she stopped. But yeah, so she will go after some of even a rabbit. I've seen her run after, but I haven't seen her go after a deer.
Rose didn't go after the deer at the farm either. She would just kind of sit there.
Yeah,
but
they're big.
She was on a leash. She was on a cord.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you had her tied up. But still, she could go to the end of that, bark and yap and scream.
Well, she does. What she does is she'll go after the squirrels and the chipmunks.
Yeah, Tessa likes that.
And she has run into a bear. And I heard her barking, and I went out, and she was standing there looking at me, and she was like, and then another time she was barking that was just kind of walking down the road, right?
Yeah.
But she smells them, she sniffs them, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I had a fox walk through the yard the other day.
Yeah, we've had right outside the door here on the apple tree, fox, coyotes have been out there.
You'd have bears there, just not so many.
I haven't captured any on the trail cams yet.
But they are there. There are bears and there are black bears in that area.
Yeah. And I have seen shit twice. I thought I might have found a mark in the ground the other day, but according to the hunters on my Facebook wall, it was a buck that was rutting, trying to track a doe.
That's what I was going to say. I saw those pictures. I was going to say that it looked like they were running because they scrape and
and there was scrapes that were long and they were wide, so it wasn't just a smaller critter that was scraping for bugs. It was, it looked like the scrapes were like the size of a straw, like a paper straw. It was like because they were dug in. Wow, what the hell is this? So
I saw the other day it was snowing, and in the morning I saw some rather large, either a bear or a canine prints around the car. And then I looked yesterday I looked and there's a smudge print, looks like a nose kind of went across the window. So needless to say, I've started locking my car at night again.
Yes.
Because they know how to open a door.
They get into garbage cans. They'll get in the car.
Dean's daughter has had one get into the garage and they found it munching out on frozen goods. Like a freezer full of meat was just eaten.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty, guy. I see it's bottom of the hour, a little past bottom of the hour. I've got to deal with these dogs and get some stuff.
Have fun with that. I'm going to go back to my couch and watch YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Alrighty. So
actually, no, I'm going to go and have lunch, and then watch YouTube.
Yeah, or eat lunch and watch YouTube.
Well, yes, this is usually what happens. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week, or not.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. You'll find out next week. Bye. Until then.
Have a good day.
Later. Yeah. You too. Al. Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Sunrise kisses, the morning dew, green leaves reaching for skies so blue. Tiny crystals, they catch the light, growing stronger day and through the night. Oh, sweet green medicine, you're my good friend. Every day you bloom, chasing away the gloom. Soft breeze whispers a gentle tune, dancing branches beneath the moon. Every perfume a sweet delight. right. Everything feels so perfectly right. Sweet green medicine, you're my good friend. Every day you bloom, chasing away the gloom. From a small seed, a giant grows. Nature's magic, everyone knows. Healing power in every part. You're a true work of art. Oh, sweet green medicine, you're my good friend. Every day you bloom, chasing away the gloom.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. My name is Cynthia Howell, and I am speaking on behalf of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society this evening. We are truly grateful to have all of you with us, both in person and online. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we are on. We acknowledge that we are gathering on Mi'kmaq land, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We offer gratitude to Mi'kmaq for their stewardship of this land and water, past, present, and future. And we hold respect for the wisdom, healing traditions, and relationships that have existed here long before us. On behalf of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, I want to thank everyone for being here and for your interest in the conversations around psychedelic medicines. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to you, Michael Garrison, for being with us tonight and for sharing your time, knowledge, and lived experience with us in the community. Michael Garrison is a palliative care nurse and a recent graduate of Psychedelics Today's VITAL program. His work sits at the meaningful intersection of end-of-life care, depth psychology, and psychedelic medicines. Michael Garrison will be speaking tonight on the use of psychedelic medicine, specifically psilocybin in palliative care here in Canada. He'll be exploring the legal landscape, including access pathways and the SAP program, as well as therapeutic benefits and border implications of this work. This is an especially important and timely conversation, and we're honored to be hosting it as part of our speaker series. There will be a question and answer period afterwards, and those of you online can send in your questions, so keep them in mind as they come up. Thank you for being here again, for your curiosity and for your care around this work. And now, I welcome Michael.
Okay, I'm not sure how well my slideshow is going to correspond to my speech, but I'll do my best. I'm quite tired off a night shift, so I'm going to borrow heavily from my notes, so I hope you don't mind. And all of these words are written by me and from my heart. So I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude for all of you and the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society for allowing me to share this inquiry into the intersection of psychedelics and palliative care. Thank you so much for your interest and presence, whether here or online this evening. This will cover sensitive and potentially triggering topics, including death, loss, right to self-determination, and question conventional modalities of treatment. So I ask that you please take care of your sensitivities and of your well-being. As I proceed, please feel free to raise your hands and I will gladly engage in listening to comments and attempting to answer questions to the best of my ability. As time is limited, I ask you to be lean of expression. And of course, if we have some time at the end, we can get into a bit of a discussion. Just before we get started, I need to make it absolutely clear and emphatically convey that this discussion is based solely and entirely upon my own interest and does not in any way reflect the position, policies, practice standards of either the Nova Scotia College of Nurses nor Nova Scotia Health in any way. I am speaking entirely on my own behalf, based upon my own individual experience, my own independent research into the relevant literature, and my own beliefs. I myself have not provided or been a part of psychedelic assisted therapy in palliative care settings. So before I continue, I just want to pose the question, is there any question about whose interests this discussion reflects? That's great. So the problem this discussion addresses is succinct. The existential and spiritual fear, suffering, and distress experienced by some people and their people, broadly defined here as family, facing life-limiting illness and approaching end of life. These problems directly diminish quality of life in as many as half of all patients and family members. The question is the extent of this suffering and distress, that suffering that is not able to be adequately addressed, is this still treatable or modifiable by any other means? So I'm going to share a couple of personal insights. When I work with my clients and families, I'm always considering two intertwining variables, that the time spent is in accordance with the client's own wishes and that they maintain the highest level of autonomy during their time in my care, that their remaining time be as peaceful as can be and on their own terms as much as possible. Number two, that the family members are able to continue on with living their best lives after the passing of their client, their loved one. That their journey is acknowledged, that the meaningfulness of their experience is valued in a palpable way. This distress and suffering threaten the quality of the time that remains. In either case, either in diminishing the characteristic of an individual's end-of-life experience, or potentially exposing those that remain to a complicated and prolonged grief response. This suffering is all too common, and it's difficult to treat despite the tremendous efforts put forth by health authorities, spiritual care, and bereavement programs. I want to make it clear, this is not a failure of palliative care and hospice services, but I believe it is a boundary. It's an extent to which these services are able to treat some unique challenges, individuals, and obstacles that they encounter at or around end of life. It should be noted that many clients and families do well and express satisfaction with end of life experience in these settings. For others, the fear of death, loss of meaning, hopelessness, unresolved guilt, disconnection can predominate. And it is for those who continue to experience distress and existential suffering that this need for innovation exists. And therefore, that is the heart of why this inquiry has been made. From a Jungian viewpoint, psychedelics facilitate access to the collective unconsciousness, support the individualization process at end of life, and engage in integration of conscious and unconscious aspects of the psyche. They can be seen as tools for confronting archetypes like death, transformation, supporting the journey towards psychological wholeness. Jung, in case you didn't know, was a 20th century psychiatrist that looked deeply into the human mind, exploring and pioneering concepts like the archetypes, that the subconscious contained important information, dream analysis, and the concept of the shadow. All of those things, both favorable and otherwise, that affect our lives. So, if you've gotten into some shadow work recently, you're already familiar with some of those concepts. Psychedelics like psilocybin work through neurobiological effects, reducing default mode network activity, creating neuroplasticity and psychological effects, mystical experiences, and emotional openness. Clinical trials have shown that as up to 80%, there's an 80% reduction in the fear of death and anxiety with real world cases like Thomas Hartle demonstrating profound relief. Thomas was the first Canadian to obtain legal access to psychedelics in Canada using a Section 56 exemption to treat end-of-life distress. And I'm just going to take a minute here and show you a very brief clip of Thomas's journey.
Having that Section 56, I did manage to get 3 different psilocybin-assisted therapy sessions. And for me, the results of those sessions were really, the only way you can describe it is life-changing. I went from a state where it was almost impossible for me to be able to just deal with regular day-to-day life things. Being able to concentrate on spending time with my family, enjoying quality of life, being able to function on just a normal basis. And to a state where really I feel almost normal again. So you go from a state where you're wondering if every single day is going to be your last day to being able to realize that if I pay attention to that, I'm not enjoying the things that we're here to enjoy. What's the point in living if we're not actually enjoying any of it?
Let's skip ahead here a little bit. So yeah, I'm just going to briefly mention some of the things I'm hoping to impart upon through this discussion is just a bit about the legal landscape, the therapeutic benefits, patient selection, and ethical practice. So Thomas decided not to avail of requests through the special access program due to what he deemed as flaws in the system at that juncture, and was initially successful in gaining access through Section 56. I believe it was 3 times. The only other legal route in Canada to access psychedelics, aside from research studies. However, a subsequent request for Section 56 exemptions made by Thomas was denied, demonstrating inconsistencies with this pathway. As most of you are aware, psychedelics, for the most part, are currently classified as Schedule III substances in Canada, making the sale, possession, and production of these substances illegal. Therefore, there exists a few pathways where people in end-of-life situations can potentially access them. In Canada, Section 56 exemptions are used to legally obtain substances, including psychedelic ones, for therapeutic or research purposes. While the stats are vague, from 2020 to 2024, approximately 643 requests for psychedelics were made, with 101 approved under the exemption. To note, this includes all requests and does not exclusively reflect people seeking treatment at end of life. The other avenue is the SAP program, or the Special Access Program in Canada. This allows doctors to recommend or request medications, including psychedelics, for patients when conventional treatments are ineffective. While SAP requests at end of life are not publicly disclosed, there's a 2025 report that highlighted that 176 Canadians were approved in February of 2024. So that's like a 78% approval rate. Variances exist in length of time from request to approval. Contingencies do exist to expedite some requests, like end of life, but factors like completeness of applications, types of substances requested, and specific patient circumstances can all determine if requests are honored. The main difference between these programs is that Section 56 exemptions are granted on an individual basis, usually for therapeutic purpose, while the SAP applications are standardized and structured around granting psychedelics to clients that meet specified criteria. For example, an acute treatment-resistant condition, failure of conventional issue-specific treatments, and a healthcare professional that supports the application, demonstrating a favorable benefit to risk ratio. These pathways are bulky and inconsistent and require a failure of more conventional treatment options before even being considered. They also take the determination of treatment further away from the seeker and into the hands of others, such as healthcare professionals that may or may not be familiar with or agree with psychedelic therapy, and an imperfect bureaucratic process. For myself and a growing number of people, these inconsistencies are unacceptable. So I've been working with this population for a few years now on a full-time basis. There are a lot of things that we do right. There are meaningful attempts to care holistically and to embrace the wholeness of the client and family. But we also use painkillers and anti-anxiety, also necessary, to fight against and suppress the intensity of conditions of the condition of dying, sometimes as though it were the illness itself. We make righteous attempts to make the physical environment calm, beautiful, homey. And while these measures are significant and represent important elements, there is little to be done to address unmet spiritual matters, distress related to prognosis, and little, if any, input on fear and existential distress. The current system fights and suppresses and distracts, as I believe, because it knows not how else to contribute. And I tell you what, I myself have shared this sentiment, not knowing what to do aside from stand with, cry with, witness, offer presence and perspective, sometimes not knowing if what I'm doing is helping or hindering. This also reflects a societal view that sees death as scary, unfortunate, a topic to be avoided. And yet, is it not the certainty of our physical deaths one of the few things that we can all share? For no matter what you or I believe, what happens after death is probably the ultimate mystery. So Carl Jung viewed death as a most natural aspect of the human condition, deeply intertwined with the individuation process, that is, the process of becoming one's real and authentic self, a never-ending process that occurs over the lifespan, and the integration of the unconscious. For sure, fear of death or loss are most certainly, in my opinion, a part of the human condition. But facing that fear represents Jung's idea of the transcendent function, that is, the integration of the conscious with the unconscious. There is growing evidence to support the notion that, employed correctly, psychedelics can serve as a bridge between what is known consciously and what lies beyond the veil of consciousness, between fear of the unknown and embracing the mystery. This is not necessarily fitting nor desirable for many, nor are psychedelics for that matter, and necessitate focused intention and psychic stability to be endured. Appropriate inclusion criteria is an important consideration for individuals, practitioners, and prescribers. Speaking about psilocybin, widely considered the preferred treatment for the end-of-life population, as they have been shown to offer opportunities for profound meaning-making experiences, to reduce fear and enhance emotional wellness, and with a slim to nil risk of toxicity. Guided psychedelic therapy involves 3 phases: preparation, which is building trust, setting intentions, then the session itself, usually 4 to 6 hours in a safe setting, and integration, which is making sense of insights. Careful planning, careful patient selection is critical, with inclusion criteria including terminal illness, refractory distress, and the capacity for informed consent. Exclusion criteria are even greater concern and include things like psychosis or unstable psychiatric conditions, uncontrolled medical issues such as severe cardiovascular disease, or contraindicated medications or substances. And poor adherence to these criteria threaten the physical, psychological, and spiritual health of this very, very vulnerable population. So, in conclusion, I'm going to pose the question: could some of the suffering experienced by those that experiencing this most profound of human experiences be a result of unresolved duress that could be treated using psychedelic assisted therapy? Can it be reduced or even prevented? Well, there's growing evidence that accounts suggesting that that is a resounding yes. For me, it's painful to reflect on the current perspectives on end of life in Canada, despite many, many compassionate steps taken. More recently, our society has accepted medical assistance in dying, made out of compassion and right to self-determination, to end unnecessary suffering. Regardless of one's personal view on the ethics of MAID, it was born out of the work of extraordinary professionals that risked both their safety and reputation, advocates and patients that extended their own end-of-life distress to ensure that future sufferers would have this right to greater self-determination beyond just symptom management and sedation. Yet, in the context of the new era of the psychedelic renaissance, the idea that our society's current thought suggests that it feels safer to allow someone to end their lives than to take some mushrooms seems glaring, egregious, and insane. There is a process, a path between the compassionate approaches of psychedelic therapy at end of life and the great legal barriers, social hesitance, and lack of awareness that pervade current systemic approaches to end of life care in Canada. In sharing with all of this with you today, I feel like I'm standing on the shoulders of giants that have exposed their circumstances and visions of new healing modalities to the public and put their reputations on the line, that have come before and are still blazing trails. Patients like Thomas Hartle and staunch professionals like Dr. Bill Richards and Christina Caldwell, and the amazing Canadian contributors such as Dr. Bruce Tobin, who's the founder of TheraSil, and psychedelic assisted therapy researcher Linda Carlson and her work with the Canadian Cancer Society, to name but a few. There is a path to bring innovation into the end-of-life space, not just the medicine itself, but everything that it implies and everything that it reveals in fostering the meaningfulness of the situation, the client's view of their end of life, their families and loved ones, and to the people that provide care. And what this implies on a practical, mental, spiritual, and existential level provides opportunities to reshape society's view of how we live and how we die. So there's a hero's journey before us, a path begun long before us, and one that's going to continue well into the beyond. It's both lonely and yet intimately aligned with exceptional people that are unified in a goal of bringing the darkness of dying into the light. Thank you. Any questions?
I experienced death of my best friend this week in Bell here. And first of all, I could not believe what you, the medical staff, the nurses, and those who care for these people. I was there, firsthand all the time, right up to an hour before his death. But my question is, that last week, they put him on morphine, they gave him. How or can the psychedelics help or replace that morphine?
Well, that's a really good question. Psychedelics are not, not in the same class of medication. So,
Different pain management.
so with regards to pain management, I don't know that it's a matter of one or the other. I think that pain, needs to be treated to the extent of the wishes of the client. Some people want to feel nothing. Some people are willing to endure a certain level of discomfort, also to maintain their level of orientation, because it's worth it to them to maybe put up with some pain so that they can be present to their life's affairs, to their families, etc. And that's entirely their decision. There definitely is going to reaches a point where consent would become, or appropriateness would become a very salient issue. Often before death, people's capacity is diminished to the point where they couldn't rightly consent to such a treatment modality, nor would it be therapeutic. So my personal view is that psychedelic assisted therapy would be best laid early in prognosis.
So weeks before then, I was saying, he knew me, it was three of us, they're friends. He would have died alone if it wasn't for three friends.
Thank God for you.
He once was hallucinating, and it was all about his past, and most of it I knew. And he was scared to death. These guys were coming to kill him and all this sort of stuff. But he knew me right up to within hours of his death, but he really didn't, what I mean? So what you're saying is then that part before when he's hallucinating, that your therapy could help?
I would say up until that point where, capacity, capacity, insight into self, spatial awareness, where am I? We call it ANO times 3, alert and oriented times person, place, time. Those are just like some minimum requirements. If those things are in question, definitely doing a controversial or mind expanding treatment would not be, I believe, ethical or appropriate. Sir.
I just want to ask you how you think the process best to, like how MAID started, and a lot of people got behind it, and eventually became a thing, and there's a process to do it. Do you see something similar for psychedelic care? And I know that I'm asking the person and the health professional, and you can answer from either one.
For sure, for sure.
And also, just to add on to that, and maybe it's part of that same question, this would definitely be the person, not the health professional, but what if you decided with your personal caregivers to, at your home, to proceed with some sessions of psychedelics before death? And how do you feel that the risk involved in doing that with cares on?
Great questions. what I envision, and I'm just going to disclaim again that I'm not speaking on behalf of nursing or health, the health authority. I envision that it coming into the public system in a very similar way, with like slow measured steps. You know, what I can reflect on is when a MAID was done but not known, and you could never whisper a word of it to a client. So there became an access program or barrier where it's like, what about the right to know? You know, how do I say this is an option for you without conveying that I'm suggesting that you avail of it? So in the meantime, it's going to be, I think that, you know, that treatment resistant population, the people that, you know, will continue to suffer despite what's currently available in terms of grief counseling, pharmacological intervention, are probably going to continue to suffer for quite some time until people in society feel more comfortable to express this as a viable option. I think that there's a lot of great research available now, and there's a few legal channels access to information. One of them is where I took my education on psychedelics. Psychedelics Today, they're a school out of the States that's based in providing legal educational tools towards the safe use of psychedelics. There's now in Canada, we have the one big one is Therasil, that's providing training and what's considered the most acceptable level of safety protocol. You know, I'm reticent to say much about whether or not someone should or should not, because it's so individual to do at home or to provide at home. Speaking 100% personally, I think that there's absolutely a place for that through very judicious safety measures and availing of all available resources, of which, thank goodness for between online and other, there are some channels to seek therapeutic advice on whether or not that's an appropriate decision for an individual in an individual circumstance, including we'll say the sitter or the provider, if they have what it's going to take, you know, if they are well equipped to deal with someone's experience and support them in a safe way. Does that answer your question? Ben?
Talk about this at some previous meeting, about this idea that may in a way like rob somebody of experiencing death. We think that, you know, dying is natural. Well, I don't know, like a natural process, and a spiritually transformative experience. You remember that conversation we had? Like, because there's some people that are like maybe not so keen on me because of that, and I would be just, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I can say lots. I mean, I've witnessed many MAID procedures, some dramatic, some, you know, dramatic suffering, and someone wants, you know, and the need to, and the circumstances is very acute, and some where it's been like, if I could kind of paraphrase, you know what, I've lived a really good life. I've taken care of everything that I need to. I have my family and my loved ones with me, and I'm ready. And they embrace it with love. And when it's like that, you know, I mean, when it's, we better do this now because someone is suffering so bad, or someone is able to make a calm, cool, and collected under the circumstances decision. you know, the differences between these two circumstances are uncomparable. It's funny, I was recently speaking to a client, and they who are considering this option, and there's some discourse between other people in their circle about whether or not meat is ethical, and it has caused some discourse between them. But you know, as we talked it through, it's, you know, it's like any other treatment. You know, ultimately it comes down to the right to self-determination. You know, I don't know if I covered it.
I wouldn't wait a minute. I was just letting you know. So with psychedelics and palliative care, if you were going to give us an example of how it would work, how would you see, so somebody's, entered into palliative care, they've got a terminal disease, they're still cognitive and whatnot, and they're fearful of death, and their family is worried about them. Is there a protocol that you would suggest?
Well, the big thing, like right now, is that the client would have to request of their own accord. It's nothing that can be suggested. They would have to liaise through their palliative care physician or healthcare provider, who would then avail of, we'll say, under the circumstance of a special access program request, would have to be familiar with and willing to complete the form, and to be able to provide evidence showing that conventional treatments for, in this case, fear of death and existential distress have been attempted and are proved to be inadequate. To me, this is like a glaring fault in the current program, because something has to fail before something else can be tried. My personal feeling, is I don't agree with that. I don't think that's full right to determination. In terms of the setting, I believe that hospice and palliative care areas are super well equipped to provide a safe container, provided that the professionals that are providing care administration receive the yet to be standardized protocols for safe administration, for monitoring, to facilitate these important things like intention setting, challenging difficult experiences, and integration.
If I were to ask you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So what's the best way to educate the public if this is even available? Are you guys allowed to print brochures and give it to?
As a nurse?
As a nurse?
Absolutely not.
Right? No.
Absolutely
How
not.
are we gonna get the message out there to people that this is building?
Well, this is one small venue. I think it's about keeping the narrative going.
Are you allowed to print brochures on it? And, no, I mean, whoever's in charge of this.
Would I personally? Oh, I would.
No,
But I'm not, I don't have a license.
Their organizations, are they allowed to print?
Of course. Of course, just like this is being presented in a public forum.
So would you put them around to?
So yes.
Hospitals, so that the person would know that it's available, and then they would request.
Well, that would be a matter of hospital ethics consideration. They would have to decide for themselves whether or not they wish to share that kind of information. That would probably go under ethical review. At this point, my best guess would be probably not.
Just trying to compare and contrast the situation. If we look at the landscape, and I don't know how it was here coming from Toronto, but in the time leading up to legalization of marijuana, there were a lot of shops in Toronto popping up. Some the police came at pretty hard, but eventually legalization took place. And I don't know what the exact political landscape behind the decision-making was at that time, but fast forward to 2024, and I was walking downtown Toronto and happened upon a psilocybin shop, similar to the situation back then. And I'm currently aware of at least 3 shops, and there's probably more. And again, I don't know what the current political situation is going behind that. I mean, the news was pretty on it when it was with the marijuana. I don't know if I've really seen much coverage about that for psilocybin currently.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's how would you compare and contrast that, those two situations? And do you feel like we're kind of on the cusp of the same situation?
Well, here's some of the things that are so psychedelics and psilocybin has grown in conscious awareness, public awareness here in Canada. There are legal avenues to access them, and there is some really good high quality research being done. So those things are all facts. At the same time, if we were to use, and it's a great example, I think it's really appropriate that you brought it up, what was going on with marijuana before legalization. I can tell you what it was like for me spending a number of years in one of the biggest growing areas of BC in many years ago. It took individuals that were willing to open up shop and sell their wares and put themselves on the public face, get shut down, get fined, get closed down and reopened because they believed in what they were doing. Now, in some ways that seems really unfortunate, but that's what it took for some people, for some people who wouldn't give up on what they believed in to get us to the point we are now with, for example, marijuana. Does that answer your question?
Can I say something?
Please.
Cannabis was legalized, of course, back in 2018, thanks to a court case won by Owen Smith a few years before that. And he won in the Supreme Court of Canada, the right to get a hold of cannabis, specifically for medical reasons, and the government followed it up by legalizing it recreational. That is, yes, in fact, happening again. Alison Mearden just won her case. She was charged with possession of psychedelics, mushrooms to be exact. She was denied her SAP and her 56, and she uses these mushrooms to live pain-free. So she just won her court case where she was charged. All charges were dropped. Yay, Alison. And the fingers are crossed that she's going to take it into a constitutional challenge, which will take us to the same point that Owen Smith took us to with cannabis eventually, is the hope.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for that from Alison. I don't know exactly what her plans are, but I'm hoping for that from Alison because this is a very big win for us in the psychedelic world, having those charges dropped.
Thank you. That helped more on the political side of the question. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. Really something I'm curious about. So you mentioned about psychedelics helping palliative care patients with the fear unknown, that, and also with the pain. But I'm thinking about the spiritual aspect.
Mm.
What do you personally think can help them to be aligned with the truth for the aspect?
Well, I believe so, Ella. Here's the thing to think about. It's widely accepted that psychedelics can produce what's considered a mystical experience. And what is a mystical experience? Pretty hard to measure, but you can be for sure, if you've experienced one, that you know it's real. Wouldn't we all agree with that? So If a psychedelic medication used correctly can induce a powerful, perceived mystical experience in someone, then that is their truth and a gateway to their ultimate truth, I think.
I have a personal, we're talking on spiritual level,
Please.
not religion. I'm talking. I took a 3-day psychic course, and in that 3-day course, at the end, the last day, we did we'll call it a system, and there was 2 physical healings, and I personally had a mental healing. And what happened to me, nobody can explain, and it was profound, and it changed my whole way of thinking. So I just went the whole into that.
Yeah.
Spiritual practice.
I have a question. So how is this stuff controlled? Like who's making it, and how do we know it's real? And is the government going to get involved in controlling it?
Oh, well, yes, the government is involved in controlling it. So people that are availing of, for example, Section 56 exemptions and special access programs, they have labs that have been contracted by the government to grow these substances. They've been given legal access to grow that for the government's purposes and for usually experimental testing purposes. So that way we're taking that ever-present risk of using drugs or street drugs away. You
A
know,
lot of people use magic mushrooms.
yeah.
That's not, we don't know if that's controlled in that.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about those same mushrooms are controlled in laboratory and standardized testing that have been, government approved
Like marijuana.
for their purposes.
Cindy, shut the fuck up, Cindy.
Mm. So that, I mean, that's always been one of the ongoing
Cindy, you're a bitch.
Ongoing, concerns around any kind of drug, unregulated drug use. It comes down to, do you trust us? There are a lot of manufacturers, both working in the legal and would never wish of ethics to safely produce and provide the substances that they do. But as we know, there's other elements of society that have more nefarious, into most significant psychedelic safe medications into hands of those that can safely use them as much as possible.
I've heard another one, this stuff. I think, are they treating end-of-life patients?
Not specifically, what some of them are doing are providing education, for example, for facilitators. I know a number of psychedelic assisted therapists that do not provide substances, but what a client can do is come to them with their interests and bring their own supply of medication to the therapeutic environment, self-administer, and then be facilitated, and that's kind of been done under the harm reduction kind of umbrella, right? So, what they say is that I'm not going to recommend, as a therapist, I'm not going to recommend that you use psychedelics, but if you are going to use psychedelics, I'm going to provide you with a safe container and a therapeutic environment for you to do that as safely as possible.
There might be patients that are accessing through staff.
Could definitely be.
That could then be.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think the loophole is that they are able to practice their therapy, regardless of how the substance is obtained. Yeah,
So it's being done.
it is being done.
What's being done?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the history of psychedelic therapy in the modern world comes out of the underground. There are people that believed in these approaches so strongly, therapists, doctors, other healthcare professionals that worked in the underground to provide this therapy, to treat people that they believed that had been abandoned, that continued to suffer despite their pleas for help, and put it all on the line because for what they believed in, and to try and help. Tim.
Reference at the start, but how many section 56 exemptions have been awarded? Because I think they were for a while and then they stopped. Have they come back?
Yeah, I think awarded based on the very inconsistent stat that I heard. I think were 111. That was around 2024.
Well, like did 20.
Yeah, like approved.
And have any feeling for whether that is about the same currently, more, less?
And even like doing a deeper dive with ChatGPT and stuff like that to try and get some real stats. There was very little available because it really butts up against privacy.
Skip off that.
Yeah.
So I, under your care today, I'm a care doctor, want to avail myself of this. And do you have any feeling for how long the SAP process takes? I fill out the form today, 12 pages, interpret it, send it off,
And well, so it'll be the doctor that will fill out the form on your behalf. A doctor has to be the one that submits the SAP application. Health Canada has, like their statement is that they, and I believe in earnest that they do attempt to proceed expeditiously. They say within a couple of business days that an application can be processed. However, the on the ground experience that people have faced is there can be a lot of little details that can cause delays. Again, like completeness of the application. It's like kind of like I suggest, and a doctor can suggest and it's reviewed. The review might come back and say, I don't agree with your suggestion. And then the doctor would have to come back, review the case and continue on. So it could be anywhere from a couple of days, I think that's pretty rare, to weeks to months. Sure.
You've done a question, I think, but I'm gonna ask you.
Oh, please do.
Just as you were describing the back and forth between the doctor and Health Canada, it's like, I'm wondering how many people who are actually in a position of granting this have actually any experience or any understanding other than simply, this check, I need to check 17 boxes on the side and 4 on the other. If there's no actual understanding of what this thing might be, you could be talking in a different language to that person.
And 100%, right? That's so true. Like that's a brilliant, actually, that's a brilliant statement, not a dumb question. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, we got to look at this like right now. This is still in its infancy. We're probably going to look back at some point in the future and remember how rudimentary and restrictive accessing basically the right to self-determination was. In the meantime, it's about creating awareness so that, I share, you share, and someone who finds themselves in a treatment resistant situation that could benefit or avail of something like a special access program or the SAP program or psychedelics as a therapeutic modality in general, will be informed and can avail of it, can speak up. Sometimes people will speak up to their doctors and the doc is like, never heard of it, And so, that can actually be one of the things that can cause difficulty in successful application, applications being filled out successfully. It's like a very awkward system. And, with a doctor that, is well educated, but rightly has absolutely no exposure whatsoever to therapies that are very much on the fringes of legality, who could blame them for not knowing? That's no fault on them. A doctor can't know everything. I mean, and like, spoiler alert, that's like one of the biggest fallacies that still exists is that doctors know everything. And it's not fair to anybody, and certainly not fair to them that they're expected to know everything. And that can just make the whole process so much more complicated. So, having an application filled out by a doc that maybe is on the fence about whether or not they think it, but are willing to advocate on the client's behalf, into the hands of a bureaucrat that may know as much.
So in the Nova Scotia HRM, like in this area, palliative care, because I don't have it's broken up, but in this healthcare district,
Yeah.
in the palliative care, do you know if there are doctors who are knowledgeable about the potential and would be receptive to putting forward an application for a patient who was desirous of such an outcome?
Sure. It's on the tip of my tongue. There is someone that works, I can't think of his name, so I'm not going to try and butcher it, that works in the MAID program that's sympathetic to the psychedelic therapeutic concerns. Name drop. There is the Holos group that works out of Bedford. I think they're kind of, I'm not sure that they're working directly in palliative care at this point. My anecdotal inquiries to members of the palliative care and hospice community, nope. Yeah, there remains to be a lack of awareness or familiarity to this at this point. Right?
My daughter's a nurse and they're middle to late 30s. And I had this conversation about psychedelics. Her and both. And they were a little hesitant to talk about it at first, but then we're like, yeah, you get your head buried in sand. He said, we all know we've been using this stuff for years, and I was shocked that they knew that much about it. So great conversations after that.
Yes. Yeah, I think one of the neat things is that, people have been using psychedelics literally for thousands of years. And in the more modern era, just back a little ways, it was very hush hush, done and not said, or only shared with an inner circle. And then I think one of the funny things is that we're coming to find out in this era of the psychedelic renaissance, where we're not afraid to be exposed as interested or having used psychedelics, is that this group that didn't talk to themselves and this group that didn't talk to themselves suddenly realize, you're cool, I'm cool. Yeah. Well, thank you guys.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Here's a paper crack. Oh, he comes trotting in. Click clack. Tuxedo suit, little French dash, wide low, wobbling down the track. Oh. Tail up like a flag in war, gold eyes locked on my floor. Her motor rumbling, hungry roar, and he acting like he owns the door. Steven the stoner cat comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. Burning like a spaceship, loud and mad. Steven the stoner cat, big bang, tiny little stairs, screaming like a siren when he wants it back. Steven a stoner cat. He struts in slow, entrance grand, like he's headliner of the band. Flops down heavy on my hand, pushing, shoving, you'll understand. Yells once, then twice, then three, echo bouncing off the TV. King of crumbs and company, high priest of the lazy sea. In the rainbow haze, whiskers twitching, chasing little colored waves. Bad belly rising like a rolling moon. Pause near time, rewinding the room. He blinks once, I lose a day. He blinks twice, world melts away, yeah. Even the stoner cat comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. Burning like a space little stage, screaming like a siren when he wants it big. Yeah, Stephen the Stoner Cat.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. South Dakota lawmakers reject bill to let terminally ill patients use medical marijuana in hospitals. Yeah, a South Dakota legislative committee has rejected a bill that would have allowed terminally ill patients to use medical cannabis in hospitals and hospices. The House Health and Human Services Committee voted 12-1 on Thursday to defer the measure to the 41st day of the session, effectively killing it. Rep. Eric Emery, the sponsor of HB 1053, said it is a narrow and carefully constructed bill that addresses one specific issue, ensuring that terminally ill patients who are already legally authorized to use medical cannabis under South Dakota's law may continue the treatment when they enter the hospital or a hospice facility. Now, under the current law, a patient may legally use medical cannabis at home with their approved practitioner. But once that same patient is admitted into a hospital or hospice facility, that access is abruptly ended. And not because the doctor has changed their mind, but because the facility's policies vary widely across the state. Now, for terminally ill patients, this disruption can mean unplanned pain, nausea, anxiety, or even loss of appetite when care is no longer focused on the cure, but comfort and dignity.
Since ancient days and fields so wide, hemp grew strong, a gift with pride. Fed the hungry, clothed the poor, built the sails that reached new shores. Ages were pressed from its stirred rain, fuel for the fire, ropes for the sea. Nature's gift to set us free. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign. Ah, yeah. Seeds of life, rich and pure, healing hearts with a cure so sure. Omega strong, a perfect feast, feeding the body, man and beast. Pressed into oils, spun into thread, from crown to soul, it kept us fed. Medicine, shelter, a peaceful way, a plant of light to end the grave. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign, oh yeah.
lifted souls through smoke and song, a gentle whisper, a love so strong. Open minds and soothed the pain, kept the spirit whole again. Though time may change, the truth remains. Nature's gift flows through our veins. From past to future, leaf in hand, a token time across the land. Breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise. Let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign. Built it slow, brick by brick. No flash, just sweat and money thick. Out past town where roads fade away, I found a place where my plants could play. Under LEDs and mountain sun, I grew what healed, hurt no one. A doctor high hoodie stained with soil and sweat. A life not allowed, but no regret. The world below could chase their fame. I just fed the roots without any shame. Under the lights, I made it grow. Leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. And Doctor, I knew how to clean the mud. I found. Word got out, the man got bold. Strangers came with fists of gold. I said no, but money talks, and soon my doors had heavier knocks. My name was whispered in smoked out bars. They drove from cities, lit cigars. I lost the hush, I lost the hill, but I kept on growing, I kept the will. You can't find peace when greed walks in. Beautiful green plants turn to spoils to sin. Under the lights, I made it grow. Leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. Doctor, I knew how to clean the money I found. Walked to boots and blue flood beams. Saw my dream ripped apart at the seams. They took the plants, they took the distillate jars. They can't reach the cash hidden under the stars. I lit one right there on the hill as they rid me rights against my will. A few seeds fell from my sleeve. I Granddad took a under the lights, I made it grow. Now it's gone, but I still know you can crush the plant, rip out the ground, but Dr. I can't be shut down. Yeah, I'll rise again where peace is found. In the fields where the green highways lie, hemp grows tall, a natural high. Cannabis for medicine, so pure and bright, filling hearts with joy day by day. From seeds to soil, a journey so grand. Nature's gifts, a world to expand. Food from the earth, health in our veins. Smoking makes us feel like we've gained. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city. Through the clouds, we find our way. With every breath, we're okay. No more pain, just pure delight. In this world of endless light. In the heart of the green highway lane, we find peace, a brand new stance. Cannabis for health, a new dawn, making dreams come true. One puff at a time, from the fields where the hemp grows to the skies where we soar. With every high, we let go of worries, of sorrow. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city.
Listen, there's a blessing. Alright, class, listen up, today's lesson. The endocannabinoid system. CB1, CB2 getting live. The dopamine surging like a roller coaster ride. Hold my neurons dancing, feeling real nice. Bloodstream flooded with them terps and spice. The money lift me, my mood take flight. Bottom of the Mars scene. chillin', got me feeling right. THC's the leader, he bring the fire. Got the CBD be chillin', trying to calm him like a choir. The CBG, the healer, fixing what's broke. CBN be creeping, make you snore like a joke. This is the THC Symphony. Symphony, roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shift. Well, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Feeling chill? That's the line, a little touch. New and feeling bright, that's the citrus punch. Terpenes be working, flavors unlocked like a symphony, but inside my thoughts. Living hype, me, beta car, you're feeling bite me. Pine and keep my focus tight, eucalyptal feeling right. That all these compounds working as one. This ain't just a plan, it's a loaded gun. Oh, THC say, yo, let's elevate. CBD like chill, meditate. CBG like bro, I heal the pain. No CBN say y'all, go ahead, I'll take the strain. This is the THC Symphony. It's the THC Symphony. Come roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shit. THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Dr. High steps in, lab coat tight. Endocannabinoid system runs your life. Anandamide, that's your bliss. CB receptors can't be missed. Brain's got receptors ready to go. Cannabis plants, they fit like a coke. Synthetic pills got you feeling insane, but nature already programmed your brain. Roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shift. Call THC, CBD, and do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced.
My grandpa worked these fields in 42 when Uncle Sam needed rope to win the war. Hemp grew tall on this Kentucky ground, just like his daddy did the years before. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around, grows around, yes it do. Plant the seeds of tomorrow, plant them deep. Watch the old ways grow new, watch them make. Then tobacco ruled these rolling hills. All said we had to change to stay alive. But the soil remembered what came before and kept those roots alive deep inside. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught still rings true. What goes around, grows around, yes it do. Ancient wisdom in the ground. Family roots run deep and sound. How long can they be still be played around? growing hip just like my grandpa knew. Boy, one smiles as history turns, bringing back what always rang true. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some fade while others rearrange. What the past taught still rings true. What goes around goes around. Yes.
Bottom of a bong that ain't never been cleaned. I dropped a 20, said, tell me my fate. He took one hit, then made me wait. Sip it if you dare, but the taste too cold. One puff, two puff, spirits arise. The answer's in the bubbles if you open your mind. If you open, let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. He looked at the ripples, let out a sigh. Said, son, I see tacos falling from the sky. I said, that ain't prophecy, man, that's a dream. He just grinned and said, trust the green. He whispered, aliens, they've been here a while. Built the pyramids, then dipped with a smile. I said, that's insane, he just shook his head. It's all in the bong, man, reality's dead. Bong water, visions, truth dripping slow. Sip it if you dare, but you may not know. One puff, two puff, the answers arrive. But the more you see, the less you survive. The less you survive. Don't ask too much, or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. Maybe time ain't real, maybe fate's a game. Maybe the future's just a smoky haze. Maybe I should ask one last thing. But damn, this water got a funky sting.
flames are flickering, the night rolls in. Pass the bottle, let the tales begin. Old songs play on a beat up radio, laughter rising with the embers glow. Memories light up like the stars so high, stories drifting in the midnight sky. One more spark, let the circle stay tight. Ain't no worries in the firelight. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Feet in the dirt, got the sky up above. Sharing the green, sharing the love. Ain't about money, ain't about fame. Just a fire, some buds, and a world untamed. Tales of old days, lessons we've learned. Passing the torch as the fire still burns. Wind in the trees, singing our song. We're here tonight, but the vibe lives on. We're sneaking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Ash in the tray, but the night's still young. Another round, let's keep it strong. No place to be, no time to keep. Just rolling slow where the memories meet. Soon the sun's gonna break the spell, but we'll be back, yeah, time will tell. Till then, my brothers, keep the fire alive, light it up, let the good times thrive. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free.
Us up, they took our names for rolling dreams. They gave us chains, families torn, lives erased. A war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold. The laws were written in blood and gold. 1 billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through. Suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives. No broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way, illegal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
Old man Thompson worked his land all day, same as his daddy did, the old-fashioned way. Cotton corn was all he'd known, till the government man came down that road. Said, we need your help to win this war, hemp for ropes and so much more. Thompson stood there, scratched his chin, said, well, if my country needs it, I'll begin. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Out on the ship. Every strand we grow helps our boys come home. We're fighting men free. Down in the fields when summer came, Thompson learned a whole new farming game. Breaking ground and planting seed, learning skills his country'd need. Neighbors shared their knowledge round, how to work that crop into the ground. Every farm from here to town turned their fields all upside down. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Set our fighting men free. When evening falls, he stands alone, reading letters from his son back home, fighting somewhere across the foam, on ships held strong by Kentucky grown. Harvest time brought calloused hands, working with local farming bands, breaking stalks in autumn sun. Everyone pitched into work was done. Thompson smiled with honest pride as wagons rolled out packed inside, and fiber strong and straight and true, doing what Kentucky folks could do. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Out on the every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Let our fighting men free. Yeah!
Good night, we settle the age-old fight. In the left corner, the king of chill, Indica. And in the right, the high-flying hustler. Let's put out, let's go. Let's put out, let's go. I'm Indica, baby, I'll slow you down. Put your ass on the couch, melt tune the sound. I'm the king of chill, the master of ease. One hit of me and you'll be counting Z's. Heavy limbs, body locked. Yeah, I'm top notch. Stress relief, deep sleep. I'm the strain that makes your problems retreat. Can you keep up? Can you hold that flame? Sativa steps in, now let's play the game. Who's got the crown? Let's find out now. Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. Let the strain wars rage and let the people know. The battle continues. Who runs the game? I'm Sativa, son, I bring the light. Wake you up, make your brain take flight. Energize, I'm the go-getter's friend. Call me motivation, now get up again. Creativity, I got that, man. Write a song, paint a world, start a brand. I don't knock you out, I put you in gear. Hit me twice and you'll see it all clear. You talk too much, man, take a seat. That fast-paced life ain't for me. Round two, who you riding with? Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. The strain wars rage and let the people know. But the battle continues. Who runs the game? One for the couch. One for the sky. Who's the king? Let's hear you cry. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. The strain wars rage and let the people know. But the battle continues. Who runs the game? So who wins, folks? Let me hear you loud. Guess we'll have to hit another bowl and find out tomorrow.
Goody, goody, it's time to smoke a J. Goody, goody, it's time to end the workday. We're gonna go inside, spark a joint with friends and smoke and play. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. It's just a habit that it is. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. 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 You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass it this way. Open up the stash box and grab us a real fat J. Open up the stash box and let's smoke the day away. Have a smoke out in the backyard after working hard all day. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass it this way. A good joint is for sharing, and all my friends do agree. A good joint is for smoking fire, one up and you'll quickly see. They all come running when they know the smoke is free. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke a J. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke all day. Jill got high and last we heard Jack floated away. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass your gut, puff, puff, and then you pass it this way.
Desert where the moonlight glows, a secret place where the hashish flows. Hidden hands, sun-seeking eyes, a warrior's breath before he flies.
Under the stars where the sand runs deep, a fire burns while the sages speak. One last breath, one last taste, before the blade, before the chase. They move in shadows, silent and wise, eyes like falcons under blood-red skies. A vision granted, a mind set free. Through desert smoke, they come to see. Whispered words in the palace halls, one deep hit and the empire falls. Dreams ignite, fear dissolves, smoke in the wind, the fate evolves. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Not just blades, but minds so sharp. They spoke in riddles, they moved through dark. A brotherhood bound by fire and leaf, a secret war, a hidden belief. The empires feared what they couldn't tame, so they cursed the herb and they banned the flame. But truth don't burn and fire don't die, the desert smoke still fills the sky. Ooh, smoke rise high, silent footsteps in the night. Through the dunes, through the fight, one green leaf, it fuels the light. Moon desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Moon desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. The kingdoms change, the stories fade, but the fire lives, the truth remains. From Persia's sand to the modern age, Dr. High still turns the page. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
And there's a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind. No toxic waste, no poison ground. In hemp, but true solutions found. A crop so kind, or pure so wise. The gift of nature legalize. In every way on you we depend. Because of you our lives extend. From textile soft to biofuels, you lead the way, you break the rules. With every fiber you help us soar, creating futures we can't ignore. And not just green, your goal it's true. In a world of chaos we lean on you. Almighty and so strong and true, with endless gifts in all you do. From sturdy rope to healing bone, you bring the world a gentle calm. Your stalks can build, your seeds can feed, a plant of peace, a vital seed. You cleanse the earth, you heal the air, a green embrace beyond compare. For clothes and paper, fuel and more, You've served mankind since days of yore. Yet laws once bound your noble grace. Now freedom can't reclaim your place. So rise again, stand tall and free. A future bright for all to see. With him we thrive, with him we grow. A greener world begins to show. In every way, on hemp we depend. When we use hemp, our lives extend. From textile soft to biofuels, hemp leads the way. Hemp break the rules. Your healing touch soothes pain and strife, restoring hope, renewing life. From anxious minds to weary souls, you mend the cracks, you make us whole. The farmers cheer, the makers craft a brighter path, a greener draft. With every seed that finds the land, we break the chains with open hands. Almighty hemp, your time is near. The winds of change are strong and clear. No more shall grief suppress your worth, for hemp shall heal and bless the earth. No toxic waste, no poison ground. In hemp are true solutions found. A crop so kind, so pure, so wise. A gift of nature legalized. Hemp is a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind. On a happy Friday night, we light up the sky. Friends gather around, no need for disguise. Smoking under the stars, feeling so free. Laughter and joy in this backyard spree. Jazzy piano plays, setting the tone. Sultry vocals flow like a cool summer breeze. We share stories, we share laughs in this backyard paradise where worries just cease. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Grilling burgers, roasting sweet corn. The aroma fills the air like a warm, sweet storm. We sip on drinks past the bowl, feeling alive in this backyard soul. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right.
Let the fire glow, drum beat soft, moonlight high. Herb herb starts to burn, reaching for the sky. Hands held tight, words unspoken. Breathe in deep, let the past be broken. Feel the rhythm, feel the flame. Let Jah spirit call your name. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep.
Smoke, smoke rises in sacred circles. Messel are lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
They say the leaves been blessed by the olden ones, passed through hands of kings and shaman sons. Used for healing, used for light, to see through the dark and make wrongs right. From Africa's fields to the Himalayas tall, the herb been growing before men could crawl. Passed from the ancients, given in trust. Now it's in your hands, breathe deep, adjust. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep.
Smoke rises in sacred circles. Messing lost, but the flame still burns. Ladder past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. The ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
Breathe in peace, breathe in light. Smoke reveals what hides in sight. Not just a plant, not just a flame, but the key to remembering what we became.
Rises in sacred circles. Disco and lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
Friends are coming over tonight. Got the music playing right. Something special in the air, making sure that we prepare. The night is young, we're feeling right. Turn the music up so bright. Moving closer side by side. Let the rhythm be our guide. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until pass it left and watch it flow. Everybody's in the flow. Getting loose and feeling high. Heat is rising to the sky. The bass is deep, we're in the zone. No one here is all alone. Moving closer, feeling free. Just the way it's meant to be. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until
that rhythm in your soul. Let it take complete control. Higher and higher we go. This feeling we all know. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until
One hand on the grinder, one hand on the past. Breaking down the years, man, it's gone too fast. Sticky on my fingers, resin in my soul. Ain't in no hurry, let the good times roll. Tear the paper, fold it tight. Twist up the past, make the wrong things right. Match hit the tip, slow inhale. Took a deep pull, let the memories sail. Rolling pavement, red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Don't happen here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. 2 a.m. ain't got nowhere to be. Just me and the road, just me and this weed. Radio humming static in the night. Trying to find a song that's gonna set me right. Long drive, no destination. Smoking on wisdom, chasing revelation. They say don't look back, but I take one glance. Roll another one, leave it all to chance. Rolling pavement and red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every track takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Dog robbing here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. What if every breath was a second chance? What if the past only lives in a glance? What if the road don't ever run straight? What if we just here learning to wait? Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You hit me up like, hey man, spelling messy, big plan, grind a band, you in? Yeah, that line had me grinning. Sticky floor, cheap stage, we can rattle every rib cage, click sticks, count four, kick the door off the door. Wanna join my grinder band? Hey! Sweat on the walls, got funk on demand. You take the groove, I'll take the stand. Side by side, loud and unplanned. Wanna join my grinder band? Oh! Cheer in the back of a borrowed van. You hit record, I'll raise my hand. Side by side with a grinder band. You want that bass?
Low crowd,
I ride the times.
let them howl, you shout the hook.
I shout it back. We trade lines over that crack, snap, smack. Tiny room, big sound.
Neighbors pounding from the next compound.
But when that pocket locks in, we just laugh and start again. You say drums,
I say done,
you say funk,
I say crank it right.
you say do it.
I say I'm in the band already.
Count it off,
Keep it rough,
keep it sweaty.
keep it steady.
Wanna join my grind band? Hey. Sweat on the walls, got funk on demand. You take the groove, I take the stand. Side by side, loud and unplanned. Wanna join my grind band? Oh, here in the back of a borrowed van. You hit record, I'll raise my hand. Side by side with a grinder band.
This one is coming to us from Strat Can, and the headline on it says, new research suggests irradiation does not fully degrade fungi or residual toxins in cannabis. Uh-oh. The findings of a new study challenge the effectiveness of irradiation to completely address total yeast and mold counts in dried cannabis. The study raises concerns about potential health risks for vulnerable or immune comprised cannabis consumers. The researchers at McGill University emphasize the need for better safeguards and more effective remediation methods, noting that even irradiated cannabis might still contain toxic fungi and residues. Now, a total of 12 cannabis samples were analyzed for the study. 2 of those samples, one irradiated and one not irradiated, were provided by a licensed producer in Quebec. An additional 10 samples were purchased from the Sorte Quebec Wild Cannabis retail stores. Now, 8 of the cultivation methods for the sampled cannabis came from greenhouses or hybrid greenhouses, and 4 were from indoor grow facilities. The current industry standard test, it's called ELISA, E-L-I-S-A, and mass spectrometer were found by the study to be inefficiently sensitive when used alone to detect the trace amounts of residual mild toxins that remain after irradiation. They say a single spore can cause disease, so we had to go beyond the ELSA limit to see. To the general population, this may not have much significance, but immune compromised people will be at higher risks, says Saji George, who's a study co-author and professor at McGill's Department of Food Science and Agricultural Chemistry. Although all samples pass Health Canada's colony forming unit threshold, which is less than 50,000 CFUs per gram, they consistently tested positive for detectable levels of major mycotoxins, including one called otetrotoxin, word I can't pronounce, sorry folks, but it's there. Now, analysis also revealed broader diversity of fungi and the persistent presence of mycotoxin biosynthesis DNA. The researchers state this suggests that irradiation, while significantly reduces fungal and bacterial loads and eliminating cultural bacteria, does not fully degrade fungi genomes or residual toxins. They say cannabis buds have sticky resins, so they are really susceptible to contamination. These fungi are everywhere, so we need to be more careful at every stage from growing and harvesting to processing and storage, according to the study co-author Mamta Rani, who's a research associate at the Laboratory of Sustainable Agricultural, Food, and Environmental Applications. Now, the paper concludes that as the cannabis industry evolves, microbial testing needs to evolve as well. It recommends a nuanced approach that uses cultural, molecular, and immunological techniques alongside more stringent microbial standards during production stage.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach, and on the program today, I have my joint host, Al Graham and Al Bird, and we are appreciative of you being part of our show today. Share us with your friends. If you get a chance, hit the like button and the subscribe button below, and you can also visit timeforhemp.news, find our archives, and find past programs and lots of free music downloads. And we're going to kick off this round of conversations today with Al Graham up in Canada. Let him know a little bit about Pace Network.
All right, Pace Network is People Advocating Cannabis Education. We're a network that is broadcasted in video as well as our audios go out as podcasts afterwards as well. And you can find it all at paceradio.net.
There you go. And we got Al Bird, who's got a great book, a little groovy book. You're going to pick it up and read, check it out, and get a chance. Al Bird, say hi.
Yeah, thank you, Casper. That's me there and my dogs in the back of a pickup truck in my backyard. And it's available anywhere, Apple Books, Amazon, Thrift Books. Give it a shot. Okay.
And
so
you mentioned that these are your dogs back here, and today's guest is talking about dogs, aren't they?
We're going to talk about animals, and I think canines, dogs, are a big part of it. And as you note, I'm a golden retriever lover. I have been for 40 years. And anything that will help my dogs either have a more pleasant life or a longer life, especially a longer life, I'm into it. So we have purposely talked to these folks about a number of subjects. They're absolutely fascinating. Everything we've done with these guys is like, wow. So I hope we're going to get a wow again. I think we will. So this is a married couple up in mid-Maine, USA. They've been helping patients from little babies, infants, all the way to mature women and men with their cannabis, which is essentially for them fecal oil, FECO, full extract cannabis oil, just what Casper's got there. It's an oil, it's a liquid, and it is extracted from the cannabis plant, the whole plant, not just a little of it. The whole bud gets that oil extracted out of it, and that's what these guys use as medicine. So with that, Al, if you can bring them to life right now, as Casper indicated, I asked the question, do you guys treat animals? And the answer I got was yes. So tell me, what do you do?
Well, we're big pet
and animal lovers. Here we have a big cane corso, a chihuahua, and
min pin.
and a min pin. So we use the cannabis in
Many
variety of
ways with these
yeah.
dogs. Dogs do have endocannabinoid system. There's a lot of false information out there that if your dog eats a cannabis brownie, they might die. No. The only thing that's going to kill a dog is if you drop 100 pounds on their head. Okay?
That's right.
Dogs have endocannabinoid systems. We fill them just as we do a child with the drops, which is just an MCT coconut oil and the cannabis, full extract cannabis oil.
So I would put like these little, I would put like drops of the oil on the
You
food.
would put that one syringe in a 2-ounce tincture bottle with MCT coconut oil.
Right.
The whole syringe.
Or you could use the salve. The salve is an organic coconut oil. And you just put it on a spoon and put it right in their mouth. And they love that for whatever it is, tooth pain, or they're just freaked out by the fireworks or
Oh, wait a minute. What's this salve? We showed that before in the last show, but what's coconut oil? Is
just coconut oil,
and it solidifies because it's cool, and once it heats up, it's yeah. So it's just so. What's the ratio? Coconut oil to
Well, that it depends on the lab testing of the full extract cannabis oil. One syringe, let's say it has 650 milligrams. So we would put that in 4 ounces of coconut oil, and that's what the salve is.
Okay.
So depending on the lab testing of the medicine, that's how many milligrams are in it. I try and have, I put 500 milligrams in the tincture bottle so that when I give you the tincture, you know there's 500 milligrams in that 2 ounces with the dropper. But in what we do with the dogs is we treat cancer, okay? And we also treat behavioral issues and fear. A lot of dogs are really scared of fireworks. They freak out at thunder and lightning. And it really, just a couple of drops in their food really calms them down. Mellow.
So basically, you just get them high before the 4th of July, right?
Yeah.
Is that what,
And if,
is
like,
that what
let's
this
say
does?
you have an aggressive dog and you want to bring a pup, you just got a puppy and you want to introduce them. So you give the aggressive dog the cannabis in their food, and then they're calm and kind of lie around a lot.
Does what it does to people. Instead of you get a bully in the neighborhood, you just say chill out and get high. And when they do, they just want to love everybody in the neighborhood.
Exactly.
It really.
Yeah, I look at dogs and babies as sort of the same thing. As they don't realize what they've consumed if they over consume. And,
does that mean that when you leave the house, you leave your babies in the basement for 8 hours?
No. No.
Just this week.
I'm talking about when it comes to overconsumption of cannabis oil.
Okay.
A dog and a baby don't realize what's going on, and you can,
Yeah, they just sleep it off.
So that's good.
The chihuahua go like this a little bit, like if they get more, they're like, like they just kind of.
I had a frightening experience with she was 9 years old and my golden. And I'll tell you what I do with them. I give them cannabis every day. I don't know what you guys do, but I give my dogs cannabis every night. But one night I gave her some fecal oil, just a little bit, maybe a grain of rice, something like that. And the next morning, when I woke up in the morning, she had urinated all over her bed. She could barely walk, completely disorientated. I did not make the connection. And I brought her to the vet, trustworthy. I've been there for years. She took a look at him, and the techs were looking at her. And what she was doing was she was going in a circle around, like chasing her tail, but without so much athletic ability. And they diagnosed her as having a stroke. And
Oh.
and yeah, and they told me then that the behavior she exhibited was that of a dog with a stroke. And now it turned out to be not that at all. She got overdosed. So to get to Al's point, it was a real problem for my dog.
Well, that's why I say that we start with, like we do with the babies, with one drop, and you know that it's less than a milligram. And nobody on this earth, adult, child, animal, is going to have a huge reaction on less than a milligram of cannabis. So by starting really, really small with dogs, that's what we do. We don't say just go give your dog a tablespoon of cannabis. We just say,
yeah, exactly.
and
That's just 180 pounds.
yeah, our dog's like 180 pounds, but that's why actually we started making the tincture, is because not only dogs can get too much, and it's when we say too much, it's things like with pets, like he said, it can be very, very scary because these are very scary symptoms if you don't if it's not, oh, I gave my dog too much food. It can be very scary. Yeah. And I have seen, that's why we started making the tinctures, because I have seen vomiting of the dogs puking. Because when we say a grain of rice or a dot, everybody's grain of rice or a dot is different. My dot might be like a dot that you can't even see through, and then your dot, who knows? But the tincture makes it so we know scientifically by doing it by the drop that we're safe, that they're not going to have a scary effect. So we start with the drop, one drop at a time.
1 milligram is your beginner. A beginner should start with 1 milligram max.
Well, what is that right, Brett? He knows that kind of stuff. I just do it the milligram or less than a milligram by the dropper, in the dropper, the tincture dropper. That thing, the syringe, it's just so strong. There's no way to get 1 milligram. Okay.
Yeah, and the syringe would just be straight oil, right? It wouldn't be a tincture or anything.
Right. It's harder to be scientific with the syringe because you're getting different amounts every time. So what we like to do is, that's why we're using the dropper for pets and for small children, because we take them up. So the first day, every 4 hours, they would get 1 drop, and they would get it the whole first day and then the whole second day. And then before you go to bed, you would give them 2 drops. And
so
then
does that mean that as a human, that if I drank all of this, I'd have a Tommy Chung high?
You'd be stoned. My friend today ate a half of one of those, and we went to the pond, and he's like,
"Oh, don't tell him that. He'll try it. Don't tell him that. He'll try it."
He said it definitely worked. I mean, we had a great time. We were out in the pond, rowing around in our little floaties. But if I eat even a grain of rice, I think the whole world is collapsing. It's very strong medicine.
Well, here's what I do with my dogs. I make a butter with butter. Take the bud, decarboxylate it, put it in. I have one of those machines that does it automatically from my friend. Magic butter machine. Everybody has one of those. If you don't have a magic butter machine,
I got 3 of them.
Yeah. So anyway, get a magic butter machine. That's what I make. So I make my butter, and I think it's relatively strong. I mean, I'm using real buds and stuff. And what I do is I just get a cracker at night for each one of them, half a cracker even, and put just a little bit of this butter on. I sort of learn what the dose is, and they get it every night. They line up for it. They love it, just like you say. And within 15, 20 minutes, they're dead asleep. And they seem to be having a really good time. So, and I'm thinking this is therapeutic and preventative.
And the hips. We are big dogs. Like, our dogs are big. We have a really
hip dysplasia is a horrible problem with dogs.
That our dogs used to get. Anybody who has a dog that's like having trouble getting up the stairs, getting in the car, they are looking weak from behind. A level of relief that this dog gives to that this medicine gives to your dog is amazing. It makes our day, because we get so excited about this, because we're so sad when our dogs are getting old. It almost makes you depressed when your dog's all decrepit. So when you're able to really see a difference, it's like, yeah, it makes us happy.
I agree. It's a painkiller for them, just like it is
Oh
for us.
yeah.
And it is noticeable. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I started other dogs, but yeah, almost within 2 days, their behavior just was so improved. They're having a better time. Yep.
Yeah, and I think dogs are God's best invention. And I don't know why God didn't just stop with dogs. I wouldn't have even made humans and be like, oh,
after dogs
are amazing. Yeah.
Do you come across dogs and maybe treat them for anxiety?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. That's what I mean by the fireworks. There's a lot of dogs that have separation anxiety from their person, and it really helps. It's really surprising. You know, cannabis still surprises us. We're like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
Right. It does the same things it does to humans. Yeah, a human has anxiety. If they have depression, all the same things for the dogs.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. You're right. It just seems to have the same reaction for the canines that it does for humans. It doesn't surprise me, but I'm glad to hear you say that. What about, have you tried it on horses or cats or llamas or anything?
Yeah. Our big dog knocked one of our cat's teeth out. So yeah, we use the salve. We just rub it on her gums, and
in order to take care of it, we give her a few drops so we can control, because cats, they get away from you. So that's what we do. We do use, sorry, keep my thing coming up. We definitely, but with the cats, again, it's like you have to use the dropper, because if you give them too much, they'll get sick. And that's why I think a lot of people, it's because they get dizzy.
Right.
They walk funny.
Yeah.
And so it leads me to believe that they're dizzy. It causes nausea. So we definitely suggest, especially with cats, to mix it.
So listen, guys, go back to my dog story. My dog's spinning around. I think it has a stroke or something. They didn't know. But the dog was acting like it wasn't right. So if you got a dog having some sort of seizures or spasms, or do you think that the application of cannabis would help with that? It seems to help humans. What do you think about dogs?
Absolutely. Taking it on, giving it to the dog on a schedule, but also having a plan. If you notice all of a sudden that your dog starts being strange or doing weird things, just start giving them a drop every 4 hours. If they're bigger, then you might give them 2 drops. I suggest getting the medicine and starting them on it, getting them used to it just immediately. So when there is an issue, it's a tool that you have and you know it. Cannabis medicine is like a best friend that you kind of need to get to know it a little bit. And you really don't want to get to know it in the middle of a huge drama, right? So I think it should be a normal thing as you care for your pets to have a tincture of cannabis medicine and use it on a nightly basis in a small dose. Get your animal's endocannabinoid system functioning, recognizing cannabis, and then when necessary, you will feel comfortable then using it as medicine to stop seizures, to stop anxiety, separation, spinning. I got a dog that was in the pound for a really long time, and he spun in circles. This is really bad for their hips. So cannabis medicine really helped him to calm down and not spin in circles. So the best advice is, as a pet owner, learn about cannabis, make it your best friend, and then when you have emergencies, you'll feel a lot more comfortable and you'll have a lot better results than if you just, oh my God, my dog is freaking out, I'm gonna give it some weed. Like, you got to get to know it and really get the endocannabinoid system functioning.
But we're talking, again, for the animals, we're talking fecal oil, because you can go in a pet store now, a vet office, and they're offering CBD products, just one combo. Yeah.
Not here.
Huh?
Yeah.
All right.
No, I
What do you
haven't
think
seen
about
that.
that? It seems like you'd be against that, or you got nothing against CBD, but it wouldn't work
Right.
anywhere near as well as.
Well, my best analogy is why would we do this? Why use just a pinky? If you're going to try and fight a war, you need the whole kit and caboodle. CBD is just a tiny little part of cannabis. It's something that was made legal first, and people are trying to make a buck. If you're trying to do the best, you want the full medicine, and that's the reality. And that's from people like, there's no number to call and order anything. It's just our name. Like, we're not a business. We're not trying to sell you anything. But CBD is just a marketing tool, kind of like the 60 grams in 90 days is a marketing tool to sell large quantities at once. It's not, I don't know that anyone's ever cured any cancer with 60 grams of fecal.
I doubt that. But the other thing is, for people out there listening, I could be wrong. I have been many, many times. But I don't think there's a law in the United States about that prohibits you from giving cannabis in whole form to an animal. I am so glad that I know you. You are two people that are just up there on a podium for me now. I'm so glad that Dr. Uma and you are working together. That's going to be a combination. And thanks from me for all of your honesty over these last couple of hours. It's every minute of it's been enlightening. Thank you.
And I want to thank both my joint hosts for being on the program today. And I want to thank you for tuning in as our audience. Don't forget to go to timeforhemp.news. Check out our archives. Lots of free music that you can download as well. And as you share the information with the people around you, you're letting the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant right now. It's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp, why not us? It's time to lift the hemp band. It's time to lift the hemp band. Yet we can. I know we can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp band. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Posters on the lamppost, jock signs on the ground, friend rolling up from every side, filling up downtown. Drummers on the corner, tie-dye flags held high. Mamas with their strollers, sharing lighters, sharing time. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside door. We're the cloud outside your door. Glass pipes on a blanket, brownies in a pan, clipboards, pens, petition, change starts hand to hand. Saxophone is wailing, kids dance on the curb. Cops watch from a distance as we chant each burning word. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Step
steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendor to the vans, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the street, high on the street. So at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. This is more than smoke and joking. This is laws that choke out folks. Grandma's pain, herself for that. Tell me how you justify that. Side by side we blaze a path. Turn that stigma into laugh, into living, into rights, into days in open life. We get high, high on the stars. Steps in rhythm, hearts on the vendor to the bed. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. So at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, got trinkets and things. Musicians are jamming on electric guitar strings. Friends gather round now with stories to tell, breaking these old laws. Yeah, 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 yeah. Steps in rhythm, hearts on me. Looks on the band. We raise our leafy hands. We get high on the street. High on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame. Yeah, till the law remembers our name. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 4. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.